Good evening, Truth Serum Nation. Good evening, everybody. It's a cold winter's night, and there's a howling wind outside. We got a lot to cover tonight, so I'm going to wait for some people to get in. I know I scheduled for 10, but I wanted to do it at 9. That's a little too late, but we'll see how far we go. I just want to wait for some people to come in. So in the meantime, I'll just buy some time here. Thank you, subscribers. My channel's back on. I'm excited about that. I haven't, it's nice that it's back on. What's up, Eric? Everything's all right here. Made it to another year. So God is good every day. God is good every day. I'm gonna tell a story when I get some more people in here where I was running around and with this you got the notion. Wow, you got the notification. That's odd because maybe I've been behaving, I think they had me kicked off for a long time, so I was behaving. I'm not gonna swear, I'm not gonna do political stuff anymore. Mickey Griggs, how's it going? Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Yeah, so I'm just going to follow the rules and no politics or anything like that. I got some old crazy stories, and it's fast times at Mafia High. You never know when you go down the hall what's in room 106, what's in room 212, That's at the corner of Murder Lane and No Good, whatever. No, that's at the corner of Murder Lane and Rat Street. No, I shouldn't say that, but I don't really care about discussing the rat game and all of that. That's old, the rat. Oh, he's a rat. Yeah, look at he's a rat. No good. You know what? That's old. Mob Tube and the rat game is played out. I'm taking over. There's a new sheriff. The dinosaurs are on their way out. They're opening up the door for me. I like to have fun, and I do talk to the people in the chat. Unlike the other guys, they charge for it, and I'm brokered in a mofo. But I'm a rich man, though. I'm a rich man. So go get your drink, get a coffee, get a water. You never know how long these will go. But I got a good story about when I was hiding up in the club. Well, we'll get started. Bonzo, thank you very much, Bonzo. Thank you, Bonzo. I'm glad you're back and around. And thank you. You're a stand-up guy, bro. Thank you. Bonzo. All right. I live in this small town and I walk. And there's another guy that he wears a black jacket like me, and he's a walker too. So because I walk and there's people waving at me. Now I'm in this little one-horse town. And nobody knows me. And there's people waving. So I just look and wonder who they are. So they think it's this other guy because it's winter. I got the hat on. I got the Russian hat on and everything. So they just because I'm immature, I'm a little immature, and I'm a little practical joker. So I'm thinking to myself, the next time they drive by and beep and wave, I'm gonna flip them off. So it goes on. It goes on for a little while. Here or there, I get about 3 cars. Now I'm in this Dollar General. This town is so small, it don't even have a Walmart grocery store. It's got a Dollar General. I see the guy in there. He goes, "Hey, are you the guy that, I says, it's me, bro. It's me. He goes, "Yeah, well, some of my buddies thought that I was flipping them off. I go, no, it was me. I knew they would think it was you. He went, what? I said, well, I'm an old man. I got to amuse myself. He goes, yeah, they were saying, geez, old Mark was walking down the street, and he was flipping us off. I was like, no, it was me, buddy. That was me. I got too much time on my hands, and I'm a little immature. But yeah, these people are waving to me, and they think it's the other guy. So I was like, Oh, forgive me, folks. Forgive me. So I got a sneaky eye. So okay, let's get started. Hey, Ivan Lore, happy holidays, happy New Year. Thank you. The channel's back on, and we're gonna rock and roll. So this is a crazy story. I went up to the club like on a Sunday before they were gonna close, and I was thinking about where Sam the old man had this closet type thing where it stored alcohol, but if you turned it, it was on a swivel with two solid brace bars, but you could turn it, and he had all this money lined up in these shelves. So I was always thinking, if I could ever get to that, you know what I mean. So his niece was the barmaid, and I'm thinking, well, I'm gonna go peek around after hours. So I parked my car a half mile down the street. I parked my car half from the club, and I walked to the club, and I go through the back. I says, yeah, it's Jojo. I left something on the counter, blah, 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 blah. I'll see you. Well, I asked her if somebody was in there. Have you seen Rick or somebody? I knew she was going to say no. I said, well, I'll see you. She goes, yeah, I'm getting ready to close. So she's in the front at the bar area. I go up the stairs to this attic space, this little attic crawl space, because I think I can get into this room from the top wall down to where he's got all that money shelved. And I get up there, and you got to hunch over, and it's got the 2x4s, and it's got insulation. It makes you itch. And so I just says, well, I'll just prowl around anyways, and I'll just wait. I'll just wait up there, wait for her to leave. So I'm up there. She gets off the phone. I could hear more or less faintly. So she goes out the door, and she says, well, I could hear her. She says, oh, hi, Uncle Sam. Me, Sam's here? Sam? Yeah. He goes, so he's in there. I'm up there sweating like a mofo. And he goes in the front at the bar, and I'm traveling down the 2x4s so I could hear, anything that's going on. But he's by himself. Next thing you know, there's people coming in. Hey, Ricky, how you been? Angelo, how are you? All this stuff. I'm thinking, what the heck? I'm upstairs hiding, trying to rob the place. Well, I was curious to see if there was a way to get through the ceiling to where that shelved money was, because I seen it one time. I saw it. Me and Sam were there late night one time, and he was doing some stuff, and I was in he went in that thing there there's like a storage room, and then it was like a double plated gizmo where it looked like it was storing alcohol, for the bar. Alcohol was stored there, but then it was on a swivel. So I knew, but I had saw by accident the one night. He knew I had saw it, that all that money was in there. Because I wouldn't rob nothing. I would never rob nothing. They would try to set me up and see if I would grab something here or there. I would just say, nice try, nice try. I ain't, nice try, nice try. If I'm going to go for something, I'm going to go for a little gusto, But I used to roll them guys before, that got out of hand. They would get drunk or something here or there. But so these guys, back to the story, these guys start filing in, filing in, filing in, filing in. Now I get over to a spot and there's like 4 or 5 guys. You hear different voices, but I only recognized Sam, the old man's voice. And they're going on, they're talking about the gambling ring. They're talking about Cleveland, Brooklyn, different satellite. They're talking about the gambling ring, money, layoff, things like that. Then they're talking about uh, guys that went to prison, and what's the story on these guys that are doing time, and when there's who's coming home and who's not, and they're catching up on that kind of stuff. So now that where I started working at this office to sell steel, which was also part of the gambling ring, because the owner, I'll say his name, Mike Scavone. I'll say his name. The owner, Mike Scavone. It was a gambling ring. From there, Niagara Falls, New York, Cleveland, North. So they were asking about him, Mike, who was questionable, and this other guy, I'll say his name too, Robert Kazooki. Robert Kazooki was a guy that robbed money off a family relative to blow it on the Super Bowl, big large sum of money when the Bills lost one of the Super Bowls. So they're asking Sam about them because the FBI was going to the office for that Kazooki because Kazooki was out on parole. But these guys knew that Mike and this Robert K. Kazooski, they knew they were kind of bad apples. And I worked for Mike, and I delivered the bread and milk for Sam. So they're asking Sam, how's everything? Well, how's your boy? How's your boy Jojo? Blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff. And they said, well, they had a couple problems with the deliveries. Yeah, because Sam's guys were trying to ambush me a couple times, so they knew in anything like that. But they said Sam said he had said, but if anything happens to JoJo, there'll be an army coming up here from Brooklyn, and they're gonna, they'll. You don't want that, because I told you guys about my godfather, Mickey, who was an enforcer for the Colombo family, but I have never talked too much about my cousin Vic, there's people in like the traditional mob, with the regular structure and hierarchy, the traditional stuff like that. But there's a unseen part of the mob that is like on a higher upper level of thinking, strategy, violence, connections to Sicily. They will bitch slap any one of the 5 crime families. You don't see that on MobTube. You don't see that on Mike Francis and Sammy the Bull or whatever. They will bitch slap. But my cousin Victor was high businessman, took a pinch, did it. They paid him. He got. I did a video about that. It's in the library. So there's different hierarchy of just what you see traditional mob on movies, newspapers, the Google Meisters, all that. There's a different, and sometimes that hierarchy that's above the traditional, what you think of the mob is, sometimes they're connected politically too. Politically, they're connected with judges and DAs on a different level. It's just like America's got the government you see, and then the United States has another shadow government. There's a shadow government from the traditional government you see, and I know personally, and then there's a shadow mob that you can do what you want to do in the streets of New York and the boroughs, but if something goes astray or if something goes off, whatever, they will send a task force, of trained militants that will come in and they can just do. But so there was these kind of guys, but Sam, the boss. So let's get back to the sit down. So they're talking and they're saying, well, what about JoJo? He had problems. And so they said, well, JoJo had some problems with a couple of my crew members, but we can't mess with him because they'll send an army up here from New York City. That doesn't even mean my godfather. My godfather did work for Sam, but this is different kind of work because my cousin Victor, we loved each other, me and my cousin. That was my cousin Vic. So that was that wasn't just like, well, my godfather did save me out of some beefs, but this was a whole different story. This was a whole different type of story. So they're talking, I'm listening, and they're going, yeah, that Mike Scavone and that Robert Kazooki, they're no good. They're no good. They're dealing with another guy. I'll say his name too. I shouldn't be saying names, but they're probably all passed away. No disrespect to anybody's family. His name was Tony Morale. No morals, no morale, but Tony Morale, Anthony Morale. And he was part of another big gambling enterprise. He's the one that came in the business office on a motorcycle like Darth Vader. I thought he was going to kill me because that Robert Kazooki condom. I'm going to do another video about that. I did it before, but how this bum Robert Kazooki, who conned these gangsters onto thinking they were gonna he was in federal prison. Well, he was in federal prison, but he conned them out of investing money to launder money into the stock market, and he hid it in my office, and I almost got blasted for it. So we'll talk about that story another time. But these guys knew what was going on. These guys knew what was going on, and they knew this Mike Scavone was dealing with shady people. But so they're going, yeah, he does his deliveries. JoJo's a good boy, and I'm up there, and I'm feeling like I'm gonna fall through this damn ceiling. I'm gonna fall through the ceiling. It feels like it's weak. It was like it felt like I was getting ringed on them 2x4s, and what else do I got in here? So it's going on and on and on, and they're going, they're talking in code, like they're talking in code. I always try to talk in code with them before, but they were they were talking about drugs. They're talking about drugs. Yeah, the Mafia dealt a lot of drugs. They're talking about drugs. And there was an instance when them Colombians came in. I told you about a video when them Colombians came in. They had that assassin tattoo here. Those gangs, they put them. Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert on it. Not that you are, Eric. I don't know if Eric's still here, but sometimes the gangs, international gang or something, they'd put a symbol like a sickle or something like that. And they came up, to deliver, and the guy stiffed, and I had a wild night. I had a crazy night uh, with them, and they were hollering at Sam about it. You can't control your guys. They're disrespectful guys. Sam's guys were bums. Sam's crew was bums. Bums. Degenerate gambler bums. Forgive me because they're all passed away. I think Angelo passed away in prison. I don't even want to deal with him. That's a wrap. So yeah, I'm up there, and so they're going, we got to do something with this guy. We got to do something about that guy. Now, Mike Francis, you know, who's got that channel, he was really big on fixing these sporting games and boxing matches. You know, he loved us. He fixed the games, you know. Mickey Griggs, how you been? Cool Keith, how's it going? Irish Jim, I forgot to say hello to my pals here. Italian Stallion, what the hell? You know I'm not usually rude like that, but sometimes people, I interrupt too much, you know? I interrupt, and some people are like, get on with the damn story, get on with the damn story. You know, it's hard to please everybody. But I'm going to be a good boy. I'm going to be a good boy. That's my New Year's resolution. Eric, Mickey Griggs, Ivan Lore, Happy New Year, all you good people. It's going to be a good year, 2025. Think it and bring it into reality. Cool Keith. Cool Keith looked like he's really chilling cool. No disrespect, but Keith is chilling. Irishman. We got Ireland here. All is good here. I made it. Italian Stallion, Happy New Year, Mickey Griggs. I got goodwill people here, good faith people. Juju, where you been? I know Henry Hill was into fixing the games. Oh, they love fixing all those games, man. Mm-hmm. They love Vivian Mallory. I'm supposed to have a good vocabulary. Well, some people do have different dialect. How you doing, Vivian? So I got stuck up there. I was in the middle of a story, but you guys, we're doing this live. I do everything live, but you got to go back and watch the start. But I was stuck in the ceiling. I wasn't stuck. I was up there hiding, and I thought the place was going to get closed, but they ended up coming in one at a time, and they're having a sit down and they're talking about all this business. And I'm like this with my ear in this insulation, you know, trying to pull this insulation, you know, like that Pink Panther. What was it? You know, it was Pink Panther insulation. But I got sensitive skin, you know, like olive complected skin, and it's real sensitive to that. And I was blotching out, like I was itching. I was all red. It felt like that fiberglass or something. I think it's illegal now, like, you know, whatever. But yeah, I'm up there itching, sweating, and everything, and I just want that sit down to be over. But they went over a lot of stuff, and you know, excuse me, they were talking about some gambling, rigging things. But I tell you, you know, I talk smack about Mike Francis. Mike Francis had a lot of people as well. I mean, they had a lot of college athletes fixed. They had a lot of college athletes fixed. Basketball. That, I mean, I don't know if they did whatever they did. I was aware of the basketball. So they were talking about that. You know, bringing up these small schools, these smaller market schools. Yeah, when are we going to do that? Set this up for a game. We got the kids ready. You know, the athletes. They got the athletes ready. They're setting that up, and then they're talking about when in Vegas you can't just bet a large amount because they track the money. They track the money that you get, that you gamble on. You just can't walk in and say, I want to put 100,000 on Niagara. -4 or something, So you got to spread it all out because their intelligence was a little slower back then. Now everything's so fast track computer, so you could get it in, and then after the fact, if they were too late and Vegas smelled a rat, they would after the fact they would say no line on those games. They wouldn't offer those games because they're like, no, they already beat us once. So they sit down, they're talking about stuff like that. You got a guy over here. Yeah, Jimmy, we got a guy over there. We'll put him over there. That don't bet more than 20 large over there. And then, they're doing their strategies because you can't talk that strategy on the phone. You can't talk that on the phone. And they're doing all their strategy. And so I'm up there, and then they're asking Sam, the old man, about me when I was doing the cannonball run, and they had some question marks about what was going on, and they're kind of like, Sam was the patriarch, a dinosaur, and they were realizing that Sam couldn't control his crew. They were bad actors. And Sam was like, well, I'm going to be leaving in a year, and then they're just going to set up a little efficient satellite gambling. He didn't need to have a crew for the spoke in a gambling ring wheel. He didn't need all that overkill because times were changing and everything was just going to be more gambling with a couple of operators, telephone operators. They take the calls, they pay, accounts payable, accounts receivable, minimize it down. The old man's going to retire. So they were trying to see how to ease into Sam's exit strategy before he retired. So they were going through all that. And then they said, well, what are you going to do with JoJo? I'm listening. What are you going to do with JoJo? And he said, well, JoJo doesn't, I was good with numbers and sports and the odds and all that. I could take the action. I used to take the action. And they said I didn't want to go down there. I was educated. I wanted to just get out of there. As long as I can live and get away, that's good enough for me. So they gave me a good proposal. They made me a good proposal to relocate to New York. But then my godfather was like, JoJo, I had a little bipolar in me back then. And he says, I can't babysit you. You don't come down here. I don't care what they're offering you. I can't. You're going to say the wrong thing to somebody and I can't help you. So that's all I got to know. But I don't want to anyways, because I had more personal things going on up here. And so Sam told them, nah, JoJo's just going to ride off into the sunset. And they kept saying, well, is he good? Is he good? Meaning, am I a rat? Well, is he good? Is that JoJo? He goes, yeah, Sam, JoJo's like my boy. JoJo's like my boy. He's the one guy I can trust. He's the one guy I could trust. All these other bums running around here, you can't trust them at all. They tried to rob his own money. They tried to smash me. So they didn't want any of that. These were the hierarchy guys. And Colombo's, but I heard Bonzo, there's Bonzo. Thank you, Bonzo. Happy holidays to you. I got at the top of my list. Make sure you thank Bonzo. It's not the Bonzo anymore. It's just Bonzo. Thank you, man. Believe me, I can use it. I ain't one of those guys that walked off in the sunset with stuff buried. No. No. I don't even have a car anymore. God bless you, Bonzo. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for helping me out, coming in here, and we have a little fun. Look at my little Sahara setup. It's just Bonzo. Look at my little. Look at I'm an interior decorator. I got the flowers and a little jockey, bobblehead jockey. picture of my daughter, blah, 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 blah. So I'm stuck in this. Well, I'm not stuck up there, but they were talking about Sam's crew, which I got to be very limited to what I say here because I don't really know. And I know that some of them, I don't know if they ran away. I don't know if they went into witness protection. I don't know if they got smashed. Thank you, Juju. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Juju, what's that a picture of? Where are you from, Juju? Well, when you live in some cities like San Fran, you don't need a car. I live in the boondocks. My grocery store is a Dollar General. Here, let's do the Boohoo Sonata in E minor. No, God is good. Remember, Jesus is making a comeback. Jesus is making a comeback. Okay? Jesus is making a comeback. All right? I'm not going to preach any sermons or anything. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not going to preach any. Want to see something precious? I always do this. This is part of my show. This is part of my show. You know? Boom. Max Meeks, where you been? Swampland waiting for you here, Joe. They used to have the Virgin Swamps. The Virgin Swamps where you could check, you could check in anytime you want, but you just can't never leave. So these guys in Sam's crew, I never seen anything like it. They made the Hotel California. There you go. They made the old man look bad, but I think the old man had already made it all, and he was just doing the exit strategy, finishing up the gambling ring. They were going to downsize it to a couple intelligent, good-looking guys, and just run it. You don't need a crew for that. You don't need a crew for that, and paying because those new guys weren't going to deal in no drugs. They weren't going to deal in no drugs. Because sometimes I think Sam kept a lot of those guys around for security because he had all that money in there. Now let's get back to me in the ceiling because I was going to try to figure out a way to map it out where I can cut through the ceiling into that closet, that the alcohol storage closet, which is on a swivel where he stacks all that money. So I was trying to figure out if I can just drop on down in there and then get back up. But lo and behold, it was a really highly volatile time with that club and that crew and the FBI, and it just seemed like everybody was working both sides of the fence. It just seemed like everybody was working both sides of the fence. And I figured I better just I better bail out and not get too cute or anything, because I really don't know how many people. Sam had told me I was the only one that saw where that money was. And he was just joking because I came out of the bar area and he was trying to close it up real fast. We were there late night. I was going to walk out. We were going to walk out the door together. And he turned and I went, damn. He said, well, now I got to kill you. He was laughing. So he might have thought I believe I was the only one that knew that false swivel alcohol storage thing. I might have been the only one. That comes up missing. I probably would, he'd say that freaking JoJo's the only one that knew it was there. So it's just best because the wheels were turning, because I was thinking, my crazy mind was thinking, I don't know What if all these people end up going to jail? What if they all end up going to jail and they shut the place down? Well, I could break in and just get that while they're all rotting away in jail, and I could go pull all of Sam's money out of there. But it didn't happen. These were just grandiose thoughts that was just psychopathic thinking. Greed. What's up, Francis? And thank you everybody for coming in here. But yeah, what did I have out of here? What else did I have on here? I might as well, since I got everybody in here. Well, they were talking at the sit down about this Mike from my office, part of the gambling network. It's a steel brokerage. They were talking about him, and they were talking about this Robert Kazooki that just got out of federal prison. He was on parole, and he was going to do his parole work in our office. He's not doing any work. He's just, having a place to when you get paroled, you got to work or something like that, So he was just doing his parole stuff there. So while that Kazooki was in prison, he used to call our office collect. You have a collect phone call from whatever, Texas, some bull crap, and I would accept it. I was in a front office. Mike was in a adjoining office behind me with a common door, and I would just say yes, and I would just patch it back to Mike. So what this Robert was doing was he was acting like he was getting the Wall Street Journal in prison, and he was acting like he was this stock guru. He was acting like he was this stock guru. He's a degenerate bum. Robert Kazooki, degenerate scumbag bum. And he's putting this front on. So while he's in there, that Tony Morelli from another clique, he's conning this Tony Morelli to put up all this money to invest in stocks in the stock market to make it clean the money. Because what happened prior to that is Robert Kazooki robbed his parents out of their life savings for $250,000 and then lost it gambling on the Buffalo Bills. He lost it to Tony Morelli. Everything here is allegedly. Everything on my channel is allegedly, okay? Because I'm saying names here. This could all be just made up. This is all allegedly. Allegedly. Everything on my whole channel is allegedly. So this is just allegedly. So he had lost his parents' life savings, $250,000 on the Buffalo Bills football game, and he lost it to Tony Morelli. So he's conning Tony Morelli while he's in prison, and he's conning my guy, Mike Scavone, like he's this. Mike Scavone knew it was just bullshit anyways. So he's conning this nut, this Bluto, like Popeye and Bluto. He's conning this Tony into like, yeah, he really knows what good stocks are and everything like that, and he's gonna turn that $250,000. So what they did, what essentially what happened was Robert Kazooki lost the money to Tony Morelli, and then Tony Morelli, just being nice, says, all right, I'll use that money and invest it in the stock market when you get out of prison. So when he got out of prison, he got on parole, he came to our office, and they had that money sitting in the back office, unbeknownst to me. Now what happens is Kazooki ends up missing, and Tony Morelli comes to my office ready to kill me. He came into a business office, big office building, one story, big office complex. He came in on a motorcycle. He rode in the hallway on a motorcycle. I could hear it. I'm wondering what's coming down the hall. He pulls in. He's got a helmet on like Darth Vader, and he's double strapped. And I'm thinking, there's a hitman in here, and I'm the only one here, and I'm not the target. It's either gonna it's because they don't really know about me, and he come in there wondering because Mike Scavone wasn't coming to the office. He left me there. He left me out to dry in the office, and I was having limited communication. He was just telling me fax these things to try to sell steel and all that. Fax this, blah blah blah. But he was too afraid to come in the office, and I just had to tell this Tony. He came in. I was like, oh, I was like, I was ready to faint, have a heart attack, and I just explained to this Tony Morale. I said, listen, and I said, I just work here. I don't, I hate everybody. I hate them all. I hate all of them. They're all con artists, blah, blah, blah. So then he chilled out. And then he told me what was going on and everything. And he started acting nice. And I told him that, I says, that money, when he had come in there, that back office was locked and they had that money in the back office. I didn't know till later on. I didn't know. They had his money sitting right there. He was 12 feet away from it, but it was an adjoining office. It was adjoining office. And Mike Scavone and Robert Kazooki thought they were cute, and they were just leaving that money there. And they left me to the wolves in the office when there could be crazies coming in, like the guy they got the $250,000 off of. But he was classy and everything else like that. So there's another part of that story, but who do we got in there? Cool Keith. Well, there's a lot of question marks after that. I'll do it. I'll elaborate on that. I don't know what happened to Robert K. I really don't know. I don't know what happened. I mean, he went to Vegas. He fled to Vegas, I guess, and then I don't know what happened to him from there. I guess his car was out in the desert. I guess they found his car in the desert. I don't know. You just hear rumors. I don't know. But he could do that. You see, you could say, oh, well, they found his car out in the desert and, but you could do that just to go into hiding and just make it look like you got smashed. And so you're buried out in the desert, Vegas desert somewhere. So you could bait somebody into thinking, oh, they found his car out 5 miles outside of Vegas, and they might have whacked him. No, he could have had another guy follow him, leave his car out there, and then freaking try to escape into society or go to Mexico, do whatever they want. But that was what was going on. And later on, Tony Morelli, they had a big gambling ring. They had these gambling rings back then. There was no online sports betting. I didn't know the total business of what Tony Morelli's outfit was doing, but they were upper. They had some gambling operations that would only handle $1,000 minimum bets. They had other high end, like wealthy businessmen that would like to bet like that. You see how much they bet on sports today? I mean, all these guys, they built up generational wealth for, but my boss, Sam, they were all well educated and proper to the best, going to the best colleges, and they got a little foot up for maybe college tuition and things like that, but they were all well-mannered. And Sam didn't have any crazy offspring in the mob. The closest he had was his niece as the bartender at the club. Sam didn't play. Sam didn't play that shit. So, Vivian, Cool Keith. Where's everybody from? Cool Keith, where you from? Who do we got in here? What do you say? What do you know? What do you got? What do you know? You know, we got a real big show tonight. We got a real big show. Whoops. I'm losing my set. We got the Beatles tonight. The Beatles. I once had a girl, or should I say, she once had me. Beware, beware, fellas, beware. Oh, yeah. San Francisco. Irish Jim. Where's all my crew from? Bummy Bronx. Don't say that, man. Bummy Bronx. Seems like Bronx gets a bad rap. What about Mecca Auto? What about Unique Mecca, Harlem? Debbie, Brooklyn, yep. Cool Keith, you ever heard of Unique Mecca? Unique Mecca Auto? Well, Harlem, Bronx, Unique Mecca Auto. Miami, Pittsburgh. Oh, all right. Juju, Miami, Pittsburgh. Oh, Cool Keith. No, yeah. That was a while back. That's 40 years ago. That was back when the Crack-a-Lacka came on. The United Kingdom. That was my Beatles tribute was for you, Bonzo. What else we got? Oh, yeah. And you know one of the guys says at the sit down, this is bizarre. I live in the world of the El Bizarro. Because you would see members, higher up captains and stuff from the other families, but I didn't really know the true juice on them. And Sam had said, no, Sam was talking because I was the delivery guy. I was the delivery boy. And he said, yeah, I remember the kid from somebody's confirmation. Yeah, is that JoJo? He said, yeah, he's the guy. He's the one with the sneaky eye. I'm up there hiding in the ceiling thinking, sneaky eye? What do you mean? You know, he told Sam, I had a sneaky eye. What the hell does that mean? I had a sneaky eye. What is it? Sneaky eye? I was very well behaved. He said, yeah, he got a sneaky eye. He said, oh, he's a good boy. You know, I think one of my eyes started to wandering. You know, you got a wandering eye. You know, you get a wandering eye. I can't even see my video. So, yeah. So they dispersed and they were talking about all their business, and they're talking about the guys in prison that you got to make sure that their families have money. You have to make sure that you take care of. Now I don't know who's in the mix with who's party to who, but there's people there's people in Attica and there's people in federal pens and stuff like that. Irish Jim, I knew that was coming, unless he was talking about the girls he was getting. No, I was trying to behave. Oh gosh. Oh, I was gonna bring that up because there was a guy, Valente. I think Valente, the Rochester. Valente. Yeah. And I was at a bar, a high class bar, and he was in there, and his daughter was in there, and she was being real friendly with me. And I had told a friend of mine, Joey T, and I said, "Damn, Joey T, that girl's being real friendly and everything. Maybe I'll ask." He said, "Nah, that's Valente's daughter." I was like, "Oh, that's it for me." There's enough regular women in society. There's enough regular women in society. But I wasn't a homemaster, Michael Candinas. I wasn't a homemaster. Benny, how you feel, man? Good to have you here. We might be here to maybe, I'm going to keep this video short. What is it, 10 to 10? I'm going to keep this video short. I'll probably finish up around midnight. I got the game on right here. Who's winning? Pittsburgh or Cincinnati was winning. Happy New Year, Benny. So, yeah, the club, where the club was, next door to the club, there was a house. And I know Sam owned that house. And I know they watched that club around the clock. They watched that club around the clock. No matter what day of the year it is. No matter what day of the year it is. But I had to wait because I remember one of the guys telling me there's 24-hour surveillance on that club from not the FBI, probably the FBI too, but like a command center where he's got pinhole cameras all over the place. So around the clock. I mean, they're watching it around the clock because it's like Fort Knox. Sam's got a ton of money in there. So he don't care how much it costs for these clowns to just watch, stay up at night, read the racing form, and look at the cameras, smoke cigarettes, drink beer, and read the racing form. And they're just watching the cameras, making easy money. So I can't. They finish up the sit down, and I'm thinking to myself, I can't watch. There's only two more or less exits that are being watched. I gotta stay in there. I gotta stay in there the whole night and wait for them to open up again and listen to when the niece opens up. The niece will open up and go into the bar. This entrance to the attic type thing is in the kitchen. I gotta wait. I gotta wait. But I came down after they all left. I came down and I ate, cold cuts or whatever, just to eat and stuff. But then I just had to stay I just stayed in the staircase, just waited it out. But I thinking I gotta wait till they open up. She comes in, opens up, and then I play it off. And I could come right down to the door on the stairs. I could hear when she's on the other side of the bar. And then I can walk in and say, hey, how's it going? Yeah. Well, yeah, I just come in here. Yeah, just tell Sam I might not be ready to come in today or something. I just play it off and then go back to my car. My car's parked a half mile down the road. So I was like, that was but by accident, I got to hear that sit down. And I heard these guys talking about some of these guys in the crew, and it didn't sound good. It didn't sound good for them. And I heard them bring up my godfather's name, who did work for the Colombos. So 1 and 1 is 2 if you connect the dots, but we ain't going to talk about that because everything's allegedly here, and I don't know. I could only assume. I don't know. And even when my godfather was older, he didn't tell me. I didn't ask. He slapped me around a few times. Like, what are you, the FBI, JoJo? What are you, the FBI? You don't need to know any of that. Just be happy I spared your stupid behind. So, what else do I got here? What else? Jimmy Carter passed away. Hello, my name's Jimmy Carter. He lived to be 100. My name's Jimmy Carter. Yeah. I like Buffalo. They're choke artists, though. They have no defense, Keith. They have absolutely no defense. I used to play wide receiver. I'm 61 years old. Let me run a down and in. No, let me run a down and out. Let me run a down and out to the sideline. I'll catch a pass on the Buffalo Bills defense. Scrubs. Kevin or Coach McDummy, they're all scrubs. They got a good offense, but they can't stop nobody. They'll have to get into a high-scoring game, and the Bills will have to score on every possession. Yeah. You lost your bet in college basketball today? Well, Kentucky played. Kentucky played. Tennessee played. Some good college ball. Arkansas was supposed to be a better team, but Arkansas, they couldn't hang. Texas A&M's supposed to be real good. I don't bet nothing. I can't afford to. I used to take the action. Boy, it's at the club while we're talking sports. My good man Benny. There was guys they lost every week, right? They lost every week, and you lost your underwear and socks. I like using that line. I like that line. When I rolled the guy, he got drunk. One of the crew guys, because I was a psychopath, but I was still scared when he got drunk and all that. And they were jipping me out of tipping me. I'm riding them all over the place, and I would roll them. I'd go in their pockets. They wouldn't know what was going on, and all that was left was their underwear and socks. That's my reference point. But some of the guys, I told one of the guys, we used to go gambling. He had money. He treated me good, and he'd put he'd put bets in for me. He'd always pick up the tab for me. He was a cool guy in the crew. So the one guy was a joner, a complete freaking mush, and I asked this guy, my friend Al. I said, let's just find out what Jack's betting and just bet the opposite. Let's just bet the opposite. He bets 3 teams. Just bet the opposite. The guy never wins. So we did it and won, and won again. So I go up to the club one day. Here comes the Joner loser, and he goes, "Oh, you're really, really funny, Joe. He's like this. You're real funny." I'm going, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" "Oh, you guys are just betting against whatever I bet." I said, "No, it's a coincidence." I go, "But we are 10 for 10. We are 10 for 10 while you're 0 for 10. Thank you, Vivian. Good night. Happy New Year. Get some good rest." Yeah, that Keith, he's a player, man. Benny and the Jet. Keith got some pimp in him. Gigolo Joe. Let me stop. Benny says, this guy Keith got all the ladies. Big time pimp daddy. Jeez. I wish I had a rich confidant that said, hello, Joe. Yeah, what are you doing, Joe? I was thinking about going to Hawaii. Yeah, all right. Let me get my ID ready. But you get blessed in other areas. We're blessed in other areas. Yeah. Bruckner Boulevard. We actually drove to Buckner Boulevard, all of us in the car. Debbie, if you're in here, you were a little baby at the time. Bruckner Boulevard. We had to meet in front of Allen Carpet, Keith. I was young, but I thought I remembered the sign said Allen Carpet for my father. I'm not going to get into that about my dad, Yeah, Deb. Ma was saying, we got to find Bruckner Boulevard. Yeah. Our father's side of the family had owned part of the marina. Part of the marina, Benny. Bruckner was a tough spot. Yeah, the Surfside 3 Motel. That's what I was just saying. That's what I was just saying. Don't say too much, Debbie. Oh, Lord. Yeah, that was but no, I can't afford the bet and all that kind of stuff. No, I can't. It's tough economic times. Mm, It's tough. Thank you, Bonzo. Thank you, Bonzo. And Juju, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I had a friend, if you were winning on a horse soon as he walked in the room, bad luck, your horse would fail. Oh, yeah, the Joners. Classic Joners. Because they would say, what do we got to squeeze for? Because I used to ask them guys, them guys, what do you need this week? What do you need? What do you need in the games? Because I want to root. I want to root for your teams. The slang was, I want to squeeze for your teams. The slang word for rooting for a team was squeezing for a team. Because then if it won, you might get a little tip or something. But I didn't do that much because them guys lost all the time and they just figure you're bad luck because they never won. They never won. They owed so much damn money. I'm talking lump sums. They were trying to gamble with other crime families. See, when they already reached their limit with one crime family, they would branch off to another crime family until that captain told the other captain, hey, we got Guido over here. He's trying to get down on Cincinnati for 10. And they're like, no, bar him. He owes us 25 large, Mm-hmm. Yeah, Debbie, the horse had a heart attack. That horse's name was Miller Sale. Oh well. This is graffiti. This is the Mafia graffiti channel. Stories of anything. Stories of anything. I don't care what Mike Francis is doing. I don't care what Sammy the Bull Gravano is doing. I don't care what any of them guys are doing. Mikey Scars is cool. RJ is cool. I don't get into all that. He come into my chat respectful. I'll be respectful back. So I don't really care about getting into the mob tube soap opera. I got enough stories to make you blue in the face. So I'm not going to get on that soap opera wagon with these mob channel dinosaurs, whatever. I'm the new kid coming up. So that's all. Whatever. I'm unfrozen. That they opened my channel back up. No politics. No. I forgot to mention while we're talking about Jimmy Carter. Hello, my name's Jimmy Carter. He was really instrumental in the Boys Club of America. Very instrumental in operating, funding the Boys Club of America and setting it up for funding indefinitely through Congress. Now, they say he wasn't too good of a president or any of that. I don't know. But we ain't going to get too much political, Let's see what my producer has for me. Hold on a minute. Oh, okay. This just in. I'm a one-man show, haven't you noticed? We're having technical problems. I made a note to thank Bonzo. Juju, you went to the Boys and Girls Club as a kid? That's cool, yeah. Jimmy Carter established it. Jimmy Carter, our 37th president. Yeah, what else we got in here? I already talked about Robert K. I haven't talked about the ladies. Some of you might know if you've read my book. I have a book here also. Everything in it's allegedly. I have a book. The link's in the description. Look at that little kid. No, I forgot what the hell I was going to say. You think it's easy up here unscripted? Oh, Jimmy Carter. Yeah, that was nice of him to do that. What else we got? Somebody help me out. Benny, can you help? Sir Drums, where you been? You're an hour and 15 minutes late. I'm going to have to dock your pay a half an hour. I wish I had a edited show so my introduction could be like some good music, like some Zeppelin. You know, some good Zeppelin riffs. You know, if I could ever get this show on the road. Hey, Fish, how's it going? You're from the fish market. Bay 50th Street. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Good to have you here, though. This is an open show, you know. This is just an open show. They had me on lockdown for a while, but I guess I did my time and they got my subscribers working and everything. So I'm rocking and rolling. I do. You worked in the Fulton Fish for 10 years? When are you writing your book, bro? I was just here trying to tell my book. You worked over there for 10 years. Ooh, nobody realizes just keep swimming and you will. We should ask an editor to mix you up a little intro. Good idea. I'll get it. Everything's in Godspeed. Everything's in Godspeed. When I get this, when I ever jump, Granny Fanny from Colorado, Fish. What people don't realize when they watch Mob Tube soap opera and all of that, no, Fish, or is somebody else you're talking to there? What they don't realize, how much stuff came in and out of those docks. How much the mob control. You don't hear any stories about that. On cargo liners, vehicles, stolen cars. They had chop shops getting licenses and titles and shipping to Africa, different nations. Benzes, all welcome in, Granny Fanny. People don't realize. I can't remember the guy who was really big on that. I got brain damage. He's a known mob guy name, but he was really big on that with the stolen cars and switching them up and then selling them abroad. They were shipping them out on the docks. Yeah, free clearance. Oh, I can't think of that guy's name. But he handled that for the mob. But all that stuff, so the crime families, whoever controlled that multi-million dollar industry of the cars. No, Bonzo, it wasn't Louis Melito. He might have been a piece of that, but I never seen you real before I last saw you acting. How come people say I'm that guy from Soprano? I wish I was. I have never seen you so real before I last saw you acted in Sopranos as the Russian guy. Nah, I wish. The lady used to come in here, the actress, but I think she got ill. The actress that was in here, she used to come in my chat a while back. Man, well, you know, I had a brain injury, a real brain injury. I was dead for a year. I was on life support for a year. So, oh man, I can't think of it. I can't think of the guy that's handled the freaking stolen cars and I can't think of the actress from The Sopranos. The hell was her name? Somebody knows her name. She used to come in here. She had a crush on me. I said, how about sending the Roy DeMayo fish? Come on, fish. Come on, fish. Roy DeMayo. Come on, man. Whew. I'm getting older, man. I burned up. That you never hear about that on these soap opera channels, this mob soap opera genre and all that. Go watch Mike. He's selling wine. It's got a fresh bouquet and it's a nice Sauvignon. It's got a nice Sauvignon. It's from the best grapes from the South Vineyards of France. Just get out your wallet and your credit card, and we'll get you some nice grapes. It's me and Chaz Palminteri. Yeah. Sorry, Mike. I'm not gonna bash. Happy New Year's to Mike F. You know, good rotten. No, I'm gonna behave. It ain't good. I don't need to. I got on here, my good people, as a rookie, and I heard him talking smack, both, and I'm thinking, this Mike must think everybody's dead or in prison because I was around, and I know he's fibbing. So I thought that I was the sheriff, and just talk. I don't need to do that. Let him do whatever he wants. I was a little goofy. I learned my lesson. Then I started going nuts about politics. I learned my lesson. No, I got enough stories and things that we could all have fun. That's all. We could all have fun. See, they like to perpetuate this ongoing conflict. They want to go Joey Merlino against Gene Barillo. Tune in tomorrow, and it's Mike against Sammy. And then tune in next Friday, it's Sammy against Joey. So they create this mob soap opera, and it's getting old. Just tell stories, for crying out loud. If you got entertaining stories, just tell your stories. That's soap opera gibberish. Half of them, but we're behind the scenes laughing. Half of them are laughing, counting the money. If you want to know the truth, the Mike Francis, Sammy the Bull Gravano feud. Yeah, Vlad and them, PBD, they sold 2 million. They're laughing all the way to the bank. Yeah, start a fight on camera. Yeah. Then you buy the tape for $50. They're laughing all the way to the bank. They could care less about each other off camera. They could care less. They're just hustling. You got people talking about their life who never lived around it. Yeah, I wasn't made. I didn't want to be a made guy. I was nobody. I'll admit, I was nobody. That's all. I was nobody. I was a runaround guy. That's all. I was a runaround guy. My godfather was an enforcer for the Colombos, but I didn't. No, my mama didn't raise no gangster. Big Dom is selling the vodka. Now, I was showing something about Dom, and I'm not going to do no bashing on Dom. He's selling the stuff, and you know what? Whether I care for him or not is irrelevant. Whether I care, well, I love Dom or I hate Dom, that's irrelevant. That ain't going to make me or break me on my channel. Whether I like some of these other guys, will somebody go, well, I'm not going to watch the Truth Serum anymore because he doesn't like this guy. No, I'm not going to disenfranchise anybody. I'm going to tell my stories. Whatever these guys do. They got to hustle for themselves, Yeah, but you grow up around the life. These chardros are just fanboy. Yeah, And well, I was pissed off about that sit down with Jeff, and he tried to ambush me. He's a Google guy that Googles stuff that he finds from historical data that could be compromised. But he read it here in a proffer or 302. All that information is compromised, but he's a journalist and he just hangs his head on that stuff. But I wish Jeff well. He's doing his thing. He's got more subscribers than me. So I ain't going to trip on all of that stuff. I'm not going to trip on that Mama Luke, the Wikipedia expert. I mean, he's trying to talk smack about a guy that didn't rat and doing life in prison. Angelo, he's trying to talk smack about that because you can't Google everybody that was in the mob, Billy boy. You can't Google everybody. He thinks that if he don't find the information that it doesn't exist. He pays rats to do interviews on his show. That's his hustle. If it wasn't for Portnoy, he would have squat. The guy, I mean, I don't want to bash. I really don't want to bash. But, Barstool. Yeah, Barstool. But that's his hustle. That's his gig. But he was trying to come at me sideways, trying to question me about all this and that, when he's a Wikipedia Google Meister, Mama Luke. If he could get 75,000 subscribers, my channel's just on right now. I got 1,000. I could get 1 million. If he could get 75 in 3 years, or however long, God willing, but if he can get that, but he's very well versed. I'm a very fair person. He's well versed on the public information of the families and the structures and all that. But I'll put Mikey Scars's RJ. I'll put Mikey Scars's co-host RJ. I'll put him up against Jeff Nadeau any day for historical information. My money's on RJ, Mikey Scar's co-host. I'll put my money on him because he knows the historical information and he sits with an ex-mob guy that's seen everything from A to Z. So, yeah. Jeff should realize that the historical account and the historical information that is released to the public eye is very, very compromised. It's coming from an organization that used to set gangsters up against each other. It's very, very it's not very credible, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I don't even know what you call that, Big Yin. But, he's knowledgeable on whatever he can Google and research, and he pays rats to do interviews, and, and that's his hustle. NYC Crime Spot, he comes in here. Brett, he's a good kid. He was teaming up with Jeff when they didn't like it that I was talking to Angelo, and they were talking smack about, that penitentiary doesn't exist. You're whatever, and they're trying to talk smack about a guy that's gonna die in prison. But I'm cool with NYC Crime Spot. He's all right. He's a real man. He came in my chat in good faith. Brett, the other clown, I don't have nothing to. Whatever he does, he does. Whatever he does, he just knows. As a journalist, he just knows. He doesn't know anything else about the interactions, the intimacy. He don't know the intimacy, not in a sexual manner, but the intimacy in relationships and stress and pressure and ulcers and fainting, all of my traits, and all of that. He don't know any of that. He's an armchair wannabe, and then he wants to come in and say, "Oh, well, that didn't happen." What? You couldn't Google it, bro? You couldn't Google it? But you know. Merlino went on Joey Diaz, the comedian's podcast. They didn't really talk about the mob, but it was a pretty funny episode. I recommend. Joey Merlino's got a good. These mobsters had a good sense of humor. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of laughing times. You know, you see all the stressful stuff and everything, but there was a lot of. I used to be a practical joker, but to a certain extent. But people like to laugh. They had no value to money. They didn't value money at all. They just always knew there was more coming. They didn't value money at all. I like Joey Merlino. You know, Joey Merlino was a thoroughbred horse jockey. He's in that picture right there. That's him on that horse right there. Just kidding. Debbie, my sister, did this by hand. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you. So, Tommy's Pizza on the East Tremont. They told me they set someone else on fire on the damn subway. What the hell is going on? Jeff, no do nothing. No sir drums. Oh, well, you know, I'm turning over a new leaf, and he gets who he gets. Everybody's adults, and, you know, yeah. And that's the way it is. I have fun dealing with you. I don't really, I'm not going to build myself up by trashing a scrub, you know? Irish Jim, I was asking somebody about that. Irish Jim, oh, wait, I better plug this in. Where's my electrician? Where's my electrician? I'm losing power here. Where's my electrician? Bam, we're back on. I was wondering, what are there all women on the trains or what? Because how does somebody watch that? How does somebody watch that? Do people just sit on these trains in fear? There's no 30-year-old dude, 6'1", 200 pounds, just to offer some assistance? But does the perpetrator have a weapon? Either way, you got to go in and try to put a stranglehold or something, hold on for dear life. Just stranglehold the guy and hold on and say help. You know, tell the other people to jump in. I can't fathom how that happens. I can't fathom how that happens. New York City, what is it, a Twilight Zone now? Then you got Alvin Bragg and Letitia James. They're still going to go after Trump and all. We can't get into politics. Let's talk mafia. Let's forget about that political corruption. Apparently, there's a National Guard soldier station in Silver now. Good, put them all in there. Put the National Guard in there too, because Department of Homeland Security comes in. The party's over for all these sanctuary cities and states. The party's over. So California, sorry, Denver mayor, because if you want to harbor fugitives and illegals, that is about 3 felonies, 3 federal crimes in one. Obstruction of justice, harboring fugitives of law, and other assorted crimes. So the mayors, get your toothbrush and underwear, because you'll be going to federal penitentiaries because you'll be obstructing federal justice. So go right ahead. Go right ahead. Mayor Adams in New York City said he's going to cooperate with the Department of Homeland Security. Adams said he's going to cooperate. He's had enough. So, Adams is a bum, straight bum. Yeah, now that the writing's on the wall, Keith, now that the writing's on the wall, right? Yeah, before he was talking all that smack, flada, 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 fla, but Holman went there. Holman went there and said, what are you going to do, homeboy? What are you going to do? Because I'm going to California and I'm going California dreaming, the mamas and the papas, and I'm going to New York. First two places. What are you gonna do? Oh I'll go. I'll follow your plan. Yeah, you'll follow the plan now. Yeah, yeah, right. The cops don't even want to make any arrests because the DAs don't want to prosecute anybody. John Martin, how's it going? Where you from, John Martin? There's only one requirement when you come in here to enter the chat is that you have to tell us where you're from. And you gotta hit the like button. Well, you might not like me, so Yep. John Martin, were you ever in the horse business? Yonkers, were you ever in the horse business, horse race, standard bred? Yonkers. That rapper was from Yonkers too. He was a good rapper too. Oh, you live in there. Amazon's getting first class flights to Turkey for free. Yeah, all the corruption that's going on in the government. Yeah, they're going to clean it all up. Balance a budget. New York State is the worst. California is the worst. I don't want to talk politics, but it seems that I backed into it. But this is all Democrat infested. I'm a born Democrat, but I'm not a sucker just to follow these bums that are doing it on purpose. So, just following logic. John, you look familiar. I think I saw you on Buckner Boulevard a few times. 7,000 to prosecute a misdemeanor. Wow. It's insane. The filth and this Governor Hochul, the only thing missing from Hochul are the horns, and Chuck Schumer and this Pelosi over there, these dinosaurs that do not have America's best interests. There has to be a cleansing. There has to be an age of enlightenment and thinking and balance a budget. No. They had the illegal aliens. Now, I don't want, there's people that come in and they want to make a new life in America, but you got to do it the right way. You got to do it the right way. They were in the freaking Walmart down 10, 20 miles down the street. They had them cards. They didn't even know how to work the damn debit cards. They had a ton of cash on them debit cards, and they were staying at the embassy suites, getting room service. Embassy Suites, Garfield, the little Garfield in the commercials. It's $300 a night, $400 a night over there. They're staying over there, hanging laundry out the windows with $20,000 debit cards, and they're driving SUVs. And I'm walking. I'm walking. Wow. Please, John Martin, don't give me nightmares. John says, could you imagine if Kamala won? Well, let's see. There would be an opportunity economy, and I will foresee the future for a bright awakening. She got trained by the Obama hands. She got trained in the school of Obama because she was doing the Obama hands. See, they try to hypnotize you with the hocus pocus Obama hands. And if I win, and I will give us an opportunity economy for, she can't tie her shoes. Homeless vets living on the subway and these, I'm from a military family. Governor, this New York State. Well, this was the closest election across the board for New York State politicians. The tide is turning. People have had enough. And these dinosaurs will be gone. They're going to clean out that DA's office, that filthy Bragg and James. Connect the dots to Obama. Connect the dots to Obama, Hillary. Connect those dots. Obama, Hillary, federal government, DA's office. Connect the dots. Sickening. They could still try. They could still try to. They want to still try to go ahead and indict Trump and everything. They got nothing left. They're swinging. They're swinging at air. They got nothing left. They better get their passport, because there's so much corruption going on down there that when Trump turns the table, they're all going to need lawyers. You can't bankrupt Donald Trump while he's paying for lawyers, but let Donald Trump keep you in court for 3 years, Alvin Bragg and Letitia James. Let Donald Trump. So you're going to have to dig up them holes and get that money out of them holes where you got it buried, and then you're going to have to pay for defense lawyers. When Donald Trump has you guys in court, he doesn't say too much about it right now, but don't worry about Donald Trump. He's a chess player. He's a chess player, and he's cleaning all the swamp up this time. He ain't talking about it. Before, he was very vocal on it. No, you chill and you file the papers until the press comes up with it, and then, yeah. There are some hardworking Mexicans that are trying to. They're honest and nonviolent, and yes, there's honest, hardworking Mexicans. I know guys that got them on their crew that one Mexican works as hard as 3 guys. Yes, there are, but they got to do it the right way. Imagine America having an open border. What are we, in the Twilight Zone? And Jean-Pierre, the secretary, the spokesperson, that Jean-Pierre, whatever, she walked right out of the damn news conference. What a scrub she is. Jean-Pierre, whatever the hell her name is. I don't want to even utter her name. The chia head scrub. She walked right out. She couldn't answer a question. The gig is up. See, now it's just F you, media. F you. F you, media. The gig is up. Go home. Go crawl in those holes you came out of. The gig is up. Bye-bye Kamala. Bye-bye Biden. Bye-bye Jean-Claude Pierre. The gig is up. So dirty it up until January 21st. Get all your last shots in until the 21st, because the new sheriff's coming to town, and it's a wrap. They should join the military for 4 years after they finish. Give them a green card. Well, there has to be some structure, some approval criteria, meet some criteria, and then go through the normal protocol. Yeah. They got all these gangs in here now. Yeah. Thank you, Francis. My notifications will be up, so you'll know when I rock and roll. We're pushing 1 hour and 35 minutes already here. I thought I was joking when I said it will be here at 11 o'clock. I thought I was joking. But I got new people in here I want to hang out with. I'm lonely up here. I sit by myself. Old 61-year-old man, bored, no car, in a one-horse town. I still have fun. I'm blessed. Just to be alive. As long as you're alive, you still got a shot. What's the score of the game? Is it close? Cincinnati's winning 19-7. 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Cincy's up 19-7. Yeah, Francis Franciotti. What family are you from, Francis? You're welcome. I'm near Buffalo. I'm in a little cow town near Buffalo, New York, John. But, when you get next to the city and you're driving into the city, if there's a feeling to go back to New York. Yeah. You're right, Irish Jimmy, but I ain't getting any pension. Oh, well, that's all right. My channel's gonna get big, so this is my investment. This is my pension right here. This is my pension. I need 100,000 subscribers. That's all. We gotta set goals. We gotta set have dreams, get our heads on straight. Don't get too high. Don't get too buzzed up. Don't go overboard. Set your goals. If you got relationship, keep them strong. Make sure you communicate with each other, because then things get a little sideways. Things get sideways. So I used to give therapy, believe it or not, I'm a therapist. But a lot of it's just common sense. That's all. A good therapist will tell you don't need a therapist, okay? Especially 100 an hour. Let me refresh my coffee, all right? This will be 1 minute because I need my fix. Hold on. I got a story I want to tell you. I got my coffee in the microwave. It's on for 1 minute. I got a story I'm going to tell you about a guy in the crew, and he was struggling and stuff. Really psychopathic guy. God rest his soul. But he knew I was educated in school and stuff, and psychology and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes he would strong arm me, and he'd start asking me real personal questions. And I don't want to really tell him what his, but when I get my coffee, we'll talk about that. Maybe some of you guys heard about it already, but yeah. I don't need a therapist. I just need a Marlboro Light. I usually get the Senecas from the res, but I couldn't get out there. I don't have a car. I had to go for the $15. I wanted to cry. Walk in a blizzard to go down there and spend $15 on a pack of smokes. That's like 3 days worth of food. Now, some of you might say that's 3 days worth of food. Well, what do you mean that's three? Well, when you're eating macaroni and cheese and ramen noodles, it is. All right, let's get back to the story here. So, I used to, I can go and bring you a carton of cigarettes if you need. I'll pay you, Deb. I'll pay you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, honey. Don't worry about it. So this guy, I gotta quit. That was my New Year's resolution. I don't know, man. I don't know. So they're open. They're open around the clock. No, you don't have to. How many you smoke a day? Well, I'm trying to get less than a pack. I sit here, I look at the walls, I just, man, it'll put a fib in my heart, forced me to stop. Yeah, filthy. These gangsters used to smoke back then with the cigars and smokes in my car. I didn't smoke. And I used to go, oh, what the hell? I used to work those card games. It was like cumulus nimbus clouds, like the big thick clouds in the air. I'm 61, John. Big clouds, cumulus nimbus clouds. Any meteorologists out there? They'd be all in there. And just one, Debbie, just one. And I used to go, oh my gosh, I got to go outside and get some air, because I would run the drinks and then I'd have to give these guys rides home and all that. I used to get home after those card games and I couldn't breathe. And I used to run track in high school. Yeah, I used to run track. If they keep putting up the prices, yeah, nah. Oh man, they used to get my car. Let's get back to the therapy. Senecas are $4 a pack at the Resner. Yeah, yeah, they're 30 a carton here. This guy, he was really crazy. One of these guys, Colombo crew, Colombo, Sam's, one of Sam's guys, and I would give them rides, work the game. So I was intimate, get close, talk, and you had a smoking room in the club. It was bad. Seneca Silver, Deb. Seneca Silver. While I light up a burrow. I'm psyched. I'm doing my video. I'm psyched. Like Dean Martin. Dean Martin used to get lit. Dean Martin used to get lit up and smoke. Well, hey, I enjoy. I'm older. Do what you enjoy in life. Do what you enjoy in life. Tomorrow's never guaranteed. Yeah, it's good to stay healthy, but what the hell? I walked 4 miles today in a blizzard, so I built up some health. Regulars, Deb. So I'm trying to used to smoke a lot. Yeah, there used to be a lot of smoking. Yeah. So this guy, I'm getting ready to leave the club. And the guy, one of really unbalanced psychopath from the club, he says, "No, Jojo, um, wait for me. I want to talk to you in your car." So I'm like, what? So I'm going, well, he says, no, 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 I'll take, because I always had my hand out. I'm not playing any games, not all the time though, but so he's telling me that his days are numbered, in the mob and all this goofy kind of stuff. And I'm going, well, you can't say walk away from the mob or whatever and stuff. And then he says, Joey, why do I always have to go to these strip clubs and try to go after all these women all the time? So I'm like, well, you like to have fun and things like that. And he's going, no, that ain't the answer, Jojo. That ain't the answer. Tell me it like a therapist. I says, no, you're just getting it out of you. No, I got a beautiful wife and children. But why do I do this? I says, well, I'm trying to play it off. I know the psychological theory I might have, but I don't want to put it on him. I don't want to put it on him. So he gets aggy. He gets aggravated. He's saying, now he's in the car and he's smashing you're going to tell me something today. You're going to tell me something today, blah, blah, blah. Because I had talked to some other guy one time and he said, well, talk to Jojo. Jojo's pretty smart with psychology. Some other guy threw me to the wolves. And so now he latched on and it was bothering him because a lot of these guys were Christians. A lot of these gangsters were Christians. A lot of them were Christians. So I'm going back and forth with him. And I says, well, I have a theory, but don't get mad at me. No, I won't get mad. So I tell him, I says, well, I think you might be suffering from low self esteem and you're overcompensating because you feel like you think that you're not a man and you're overcompensating because if you can get down with all these other women, it'll make you feel like more of a man. You can conquer and go to bed with a lot of women, so that'll make you feel manly. That'll make you feel masculine and you're overcompensating trying to be a man. That's why you're sleeping with all these Jezebels. You rotten, I'm a man, you rotten, I'm a man. He's smashing the dashboard. I said, I told you you were going to get mad. I told you were going to get mad. I'm a man. He's going, I'm a man. I says, well, that was my theory. I'm sorry. What do you want? I don't know. He's going to ask him. I don't know. Yeah. He was going off. Now another guy comes out of the club back there because they could hear him screaming. They think somebody's getting murdered in the parking lot. They come back. What's going on here? I says, well, he was asking me some question. And they told him, get out of the car. Leave Jojo alone. Leave Jojo alone. But, oh, excuse me. You forgot something. Where's my 100? Where's my 100 for that session? You promised me 100. Where's that 100 for that session? I get 100 an hour, Billy. Yeah, but I don't know. That's a psychological theory, but some people are just dogs, whether they have low self-esteem or they overcompensate. Some men are just dogs trying to breed anything that moves out there. So you could hang your head on different psychological theories. There's, Sigmund Freud, there's Pavlov, there's Skinner, operant conditioning, there's Piaget, there's all these theorists out there, but it's all subjective or it's all under scrutiny. It all comes under scrutiny and hypothesis and theories and all that gibberish. I'm just trying to sound educated, I want you guys to think I'm smart and educated. That's why I'm using these words. Love them Jezebels, Cool Keith. She was 26. Cool Keith's been around, taking notes of other women for ideas. There's an epidemic of gold digging hoes out there. So if any men are out there, just be careful, because there's an epidemic of gold digging hoes. If you met your girl as a cheater, then don't be surprised. Oh, I didn't know. Well, yeah, you knew. Well, I mean, people can change and stuff like that. So, but just don't be surprised. I'm with a girl, and she's with a man, and then we're both hooking up, and we're both cheating, and then we leave our spouses, and we date, and then we go cheat. Well, what a revelation that is! We met as cheaters, and now we're cheating on each other. So, what a real great surprise that is. Never saw that coming. We're just two hoes. Hunts Point women have mustaches. I used to have to drive these guys. I didn't like to go into the strip clubs, and they used to try to pressure me. I says, I'm not gonna drool. Everybody's got their own, whatever they do, they do. I don't see anything to just pay out money and drool over half-naked women. I like the real thing. I like the real thing. I was a lot better. I didn't have any problem attracting women, but I didn't try to bed down all the women. I didn't try to do that. I had some morals, but they were just, oh my gosh. Dealing with them strippers, going from the freaking waiting in the parking lot, and then they're talking smack to me, and then I insult them, and then the gangster is insulting me, is hollering at me for insulting her. Well, listen, Ricky, she's a $2 hoe. By the way, don't you have a beautiful wife and 2 kids at home? I didn't say that. in a little way, but I'll be honest, I didn't say that, but I did a little bit, but I wasn't that brave. These nickel and dime hoes, and then they want me to lie. You know, if you're going to lie for somebody, if I'm your alibi, if you're going to use me as an alibi, well, let me in on it. Because then your wife comes along and I got to piece it together. And because I'm really Johnny on the spot and I can bluff my way through it. But if you're going to say I was with JoJo, well, let me know. Because she's going to be at the club next day looking for me, asking me, interrogate me like the FBI. So I told one guy, I ain't lying. I'm not lying. I have too much respect for these wives of these gangsters that are good, proper women, raising the kids, visiting these guys in prison. I'm not lying. I told Sam the boss, I'm not lying. He said, don't lie. He didn't want them in clubs anyways. He didn't want them telling bedtime secrets to these whores that the FBI interrogates later on. They're telling all their business to these hoes, and then the FBI brings them in, and they're telling on the mob. Sam didn't either. I said, I'm not lying. I told Sam because I gave my heads up. I said, yeah, Ricky already said, Ricky's wife. I said, well, I brought him to the strip joint. And I waited outside till 3:00 in the morning. And then when the strip club got out, I brought him to a hotel. I sat there to 7:00 in the morning. I made $500. I'm not lying for nobody. Yeah. They used to shoot dice. 3 hoes and a pimp. 3 and a 1 if you needed a 4. 3 hoes and a pimp, a 3 and a 1. 4, Little Joe. Yeah, the guy wanted therapy. I told him, I said, well, it could be one or two things. My theory is you're just a raw dog that'll mount up on anything. Anything or you're just trying to overcompensate because you feel like these guys were really bruisers and aggressive. That's not human nature a lot of times. That's not your innate nature. That comes down to nature, the old psychological question, nature versus environment. Are people born evil, or does the environment make them evil? That happened to myself. People use my name saying we were together. Then I looked a fool. Yeah. Everybody plays a fool sometimes. It may be factual, may be true. Listen, people. And then they end up telling the truth when they get. I had screaming wives coming after. Oh, dear Lord. And it broke my heart. It broke my heart. Because I used to drive these women to the prisons. They would go, they would visit them, and they were faithful and loyal. And then these guys get out and they're running around like loose freaking junkyard dogs. Crazy stuff. What else we got to talk about here? What else we got to talk about? We're pushing 2 hours. Pittsburgh's all done, huh? Well, let me see. Was there anything? We're going to keep fast times at Mafia High. You never know what door you're going to walk into in the hallway. So, Mafia Graffiti, folks. It's new on YouTube. There's no mob soap operas. I don't care what any of these other gangster channels do. I don't care. They're not going to make me or break me. My channel just got turned back on. I'm going to roll. Mafia pimps, we got it all here. Al Capone died from VD. Why don't you start the Truth Serum Crime Family? No, I got PTSD, all right? If you really want to know. Oh, gosh. When everything settled down, man, you know, things got highly volatile after that. And, you know, I thought I was pretty much safe and everything, but well, my house, I had my own alarm system. I had 6 dogs on my grounds that if something just moved, that they'd, I had my own, and I had some other security too. You know what I mean? You know, but for a while, I had a little satellite place I used to stay because I used to commute back and forth, but I used to sleep with the metal right there with me when all that craziness was going on. My godfather said, "I can't protect you all the time. What the hell you want with me?" He said, "Be done with all that. Be done. Go back into society. A regular, just a regular Joe Schmo. I want to be a Joe Schmo." But a lot of it gives you a little post freaking, you know, post trauma. It's a fancy word, but you just got to be on alert. Guys that tell you, if I ever catch up to you, well, whatever. Go do your 14 years, bro. Go do your 14 years because you told some hoe your business. Go do your 14, smart guy. And while you're at it, when you're on the prison phone, talk about more crimes and conspiracies while you're using a prison phone, Einstein. The way some of these people went down, they went down like Charlie Brown. And then I wasn't involved in any violence or anything, but no matter what, any communication I did was coded. I didn't care. Any communication I did was coded. It was very simple coded stuff. They got everything wired from A to Z. Benny Blanco from the Bronx. We got NYC in the house. I'm in the middle of another marathon, Benny. It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. Yeah, so I'm just happy I'm able to do the show. Juju, he's not stupid. If he didn't tell that person what he was up to, he would have never been caught. It's all a part of stupidity. Well, if you bring a stripper or some girl in or anything like that, and you got the FBI telling them, you're going to go do 20 years and blah, 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 this and that, and then they wire her house up. And then she's asking these little innuendo questions. He's sloshed and drunk, and he's telling her everything. He's telling her everything known to mankind and how to bake a cake, even. The Bronx. I like the way the Bronx sounds. I like the way Brooklyn sounds. I like the way Bensonhurst sounds. I just I just like the vernacular. I like the vernacular. We got everybody in here, folks. I'm under pressure. I hope I do good. I don't want to let anybody down. Oh wow. Still doing a great job. Love. Oh, I appreciate that, Benny. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know, it ain't good. It ain't impressive to be uh a bad ass, like be a badass. That ain't no good to try to be a badass. I visit all the badasses in prison and the cemetery. What is that? That's not a that's not a badge of honor. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. It's not a badge of honor. A badge of honor is a guy taking a bus to go to work and supporting his beautiful wife and kids and being loyal. That's a bad mamma jamma there. Easy money. In the end, it ain't easy. Nice having some good. It's a cold winter's night. Yeah, so we have some fun over here. I like all the comrades. We got international here. We got Bonzo. We got the United Kingdom. We got Australia. We got China. We got no, I'm lying. I don't know where everybody's from though, but I'm lying. I do have some though from other. It's a global channel, international channel. Juju, a badge of honor is sticking to your morals that you grew up on and never letting anyone change that. My mom raised 5 kids and did the best to install to be good people, in society. My mom wouldn't want. I was close to my mother, and my mom wouldn't want me to be acting all crazy and stuff. For as much as she did uh, on her own to give us all good minds, and we're very educated and smart and stuff. I made a lot of mistakes, you know. Benny Blanco from the Bronx says, absolutely, having to stare over your shoulders every second, looking out for the cops or a hitman is an exhausting way to live every single day. Every day in the rearview mirror, looking out the curtains. Who's this? Who's that? Your mind's playing tricks on you. What did I say to this guy? Is he still mad at me? Is he dead? Is he in jail? Where is these guys? There's still some loose cannons running around. What the heck? That ain't no good. I was more or less safe, but it was crazy. Me and that rear view mirror were best friends. Well, when I was making the deliveries, that rear view mirror and all that, because I got programmed into being to thinking I'm going to get hijacked. So that was already programmed in my mind. The cannonball run, delivering the milk and goods, and there's these cutie pies trying to take shots at me for the bread and milk. So I was already programmed into that stress fear mechanism in me, that psychological stress fear mechanism. And it took a long time for it to wear off. Psychologically speaking, you know, I'm not a tough guy. I mean, I wasn't a pushover. I would fight even if I got whooped. You know, you got guys, you got to fight. But if you got to take a beating, at least they won't fight you again. They'll stop talking smack. But I did it with a couple guys in the crew. I broke the omerta or whatever, you know. You can't talk smack to a made guy. I wasn't a made guy. And I'm like, oh, take your gun off. I'll fight you. You can't do that. He would have whooped my butt anyways. You can't do that. You can't do that. I made a big mistake there. My godfather had to straighten it out. I was such a knucklehead. I did the same mistake 2 weeks later. Take your gun off. I'll fight you. You don't scare me. Take your gun off. I'll fight you. How stupid could I be? You got to buy new blinds every week for peeking out the window. What the heck? Oh, Lord. But I'll tell you what, since I was that age, I went to the hospital right after that with pneumonia. I was in the hospital for a year. Divine intervention came onto me. Guardian angels. I'm not going to preach a sermon. But I had guardian angels all through my life that saved me. Even when I was on life support for a year, I was supposed to be a vegetable, but I had guardian angels. Angels and demons are real. That's my perception. So yeah. Well, when all that crazy stuff was going on with the club and the crew and bad actors and violence and things like that, I went to the church and lit the candles. Please, God, Jesus, help me. Just let me get out of this situation. I'll be a good boy. I'll be a good boy, God. I'll be a good boy. I won't even jaywalk. Just get me out of this. I won't even jaywalk. I won't curse. You make a lot of promises to God when you're in a crisis, you know, then you'll still do them if you get out of it, you know. You do a lot of prayer begging, you know, prayer beggars, you know. You don't know God or Jesus until you're up against something, and then you're a prayer beggar. Please, God, please, God. Well, what do you mean, please, God? You don't have a relationship with him. How can you ask a girl for some fun if you don't have a relationship with her? It's a bad analogy, but you get the gist, right? So I got blessed many different times. It's in the book, but we ain't selling books tonight. Whatever happens, happens. So every day is gravy for me. Every day is gravy. As long as you learn from your mistakes, they're like dumb Dumbbells, they only make you stronger and belief in God. Yes, Benny Blanco from the Bronx got the wisdom. New Yorkers have wisdom. I'm not saying any other people don't. I'm not saying that other people have wisdom and everything like that. But my experience, from New Yorkers, there's other smart people with wisdom and everything. But because a New Yorker will put you in check, or they'll, you're held to you're held. It's hard. It's hard to communicate. It's hard to communicate. Joe, were you ever offered any roles for movies? You have a great personality. Nope, but I'm open for business now. I'm gonna I got so much material that I could have for production that would beat out the gibberish that's out there. I mean, there's good stuff out there, historical stuff, but I got juice out. I got juice that would sell millions with the right promotion. As long as I could be a captain in the movie. I don't want to be the errand boy in the movie, okay? I want to be a captain. I want to play the captain. You dirty rat. You're the one that killed my brother. Cut. You dirty rat. You're the one that killed. Nah. You remember that old scene? I'm dating myself now. Yeah. See, acting, if you're in a role, it ain't acting. It's just play yourself. It ain't acting. Become the character. What, now I'm an expert in acting? What did you do to me, Irishman? Irish Jim, what did you do to me? Now I'm a thespian? Now I'm a thespian? I'd sell 3 books. My book's got 4 movies in it. You know why? Because they never tell you the understory of stuff. They never get to the compassionate emotionality of it. They'll paint a brush, good stories, great stories, but you got to put that person, the observer, you got to put the reader, you got to put the viewer, you got to immerse them into what you're feeling, the emotionality of it. What am I, an expert now? I could write a hit movie tonight if I wanted to. I could write one tonight. Well, I'm already going to do another book because this book sold 3 copies because it's not promoted. But I'm going to sell a book or a movie called Mafia Graffiti. And it's going to have all different anecdotes, all different tidbits. Boom, 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 boom. That's a no-brainer. Fast Times at Mafia High. Remember Fast Times at Ridgemont High with Spicoli? Remember Fast Times at Ridgemont High? Spicoli. Fast Times at Mafia High. Come on, this is easy. What's in room 101? What's in room 303? Tune in and find out. Easy stuff. I've been a writer a long time. I'm a poet too. I'm not a tough guy. I'm a poet also. Yeah. I got 2 songs pirated from me from those con game record labels, 2 that were country hits. Them con games. Oh, send in your poetry and songs. Yeah. Next thing you know, they're playing my song on the radio, and I'm over there eating bologna sandwiches, and they're getting gold records. Some con, boy. There's a lot of conning out there. When you think you know it all, you don't know it all. You don't know it all. We learn from our mistakes. Yeah. Wow, Irish Jim, we all do that in life. Pray when we end up in trouble. Yes, that's human nature. It saved my life. Grow up in Belfast. Belfast, Irish Jim. The Cranberries? Zombie, zombie. It's in your head. You don't think I know music, Irish Jim? Dolores from the Cranberries? I seen them at the Shays. I'm a music connoisseur. Belfast, them wars. The lead singer from the Police. I'm a little brain dead. He wrote a song called Invisible Sun. Check it out, folks. You never heard it before. It's called Invisible Sun. It's about all that Civil War. You know? Roxanne. Roxanne. You thought I didn't know it. You thought I was trying to play it off, Keith. You don't have to put on that red light. Put on the... I saw the Police. I had a Police 8-track cassette. Cool, Keith. You know how old I am? Ghost in the Machine. 8-track. I remember Fast Times, trying to remember the actor's name with blonde hair, long hair. Yeah, who played Spicoli? Jeez, Sean Penn. Put on a red light. Put on a red light. Check out Invisible Sun. It's about Civil War. The Cranberries. Yep. The Police, yeah. They're He was a school teacher, the lead singer from the Police, before he got into music. He was a school teacher. Yeah. No. Good. I hope there's peace over there. Sting. Come on, Irish Jim. Sting. Jeez. Yeah. They had a lot of good music around back in the day. I wish I could get my channel technical savvy, so when I'm talking about something, I could play a musical reference to the subject matter. You know, I could produce a real good show if I had the right assistants. Funny you mentioned Ghosts in the Machines. I've been playing drums along to that record lately. Boom, boom, boom. You hear how he plays that bongo. Boom, boom, boom. I'm not a connoisseur, but he does Brett, whatever his name was, on the drums. It's not Brett Summers, but I think it's or no, Brett. Don't mind me. They were a 3-man band. He used to do some Stuart Copeland. Man, this guy's good. Stuart Copeland. He used to do, I'm not a connoisseur, but he used to do those rolls, like not the paradiddle, whatever, like the roll. He plays them. They're prominent in a lot of the songs, early songs, but they put a good flavor in there. It put a real good. It was the drive of the band, the drums. Well, in most bands, the drum presence is they're the general of the band. The bass player, and the bass and the drum, they set the table. Now, I'm not a music connoisseur or anything, but just like Bonzo from Bonzo, my esteemed guy here, but just like Bonzo from Led Zeppelin, that did the heart and soul. Yes, Sting was going with the girl from West Belfast at one point. Wow. Hard drums. Cool, Keith. Hard drums. Yeah. Yeah. We talk about the mob. We talk about music. We do it all here, folks. We're just having fun. Yeah, that's man. I know people that knew Sting's girlfriend in Belfast at the time. I wouldn't know her. Like, well, was Roxanne true? Roxanne, you don't have to wear that dress tonight. The red light district. Put on a red light. Yeah. Good to have you here, Sir Drums and Bonzo. I used to think Sir Drums and Bonzo was the same. Musical reference. That Roxanne track used to play heavy in the strip joints. Yeah, then they had all the hair bands come out, all the hair bands and all that. And then I wouldn't want to sit out in my car. Then they'd say, "You're not going to disrespect me. Come in." So I'd sit back. I would sit back at the bar and just observe all these guys throwing all their money around. And they used to play all the hair bands and whatever. But some of the girls danced to Led Zeppelin and they got bigger tips. They used to play that danceable, those bands that had, every rose has a thorn, every cowboy sings a sad. They used to do their little thing. But some of them girls were thinkers, and they would dance to the Rolling Stones, "Sympathy for the Devil." Who, pleased to meet you. Won't you get? And the girls going off, and the guys were just going bankrupt on them. The girls were smart. Led Zeppelin, they would get big tips. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Side you like Ozzy. If you watch my channel, I had Ozzy Osbourne in my car once upon a time with that guitarist that I think he got in a plane crash. They were playing at Darien Lake. They were playing at Darien Lake, and they were staying in a local hotel, and they were in the local mall. The local mall had an OTB in it. Right 20 miles down the road. And I was in OTB, and I was standing and just looking in the hallway of the mall. And I told my buddy Robert, I said, "Robert, this guy looks like Ozzy Osbourne." And then he had the tattoos. He had the tattoos on his whatever. And they had a taxi. They had a Mike's taxi in there. He looked like Weird Al Yankovic, and they stiffed. So I had him sign a $1 bill, and then I went outside to go to my car, and he was like talking English, like mate and all that. And I was like, "This dude sounds like an Englishman." It was weird, and he wanted a ride, and he had a girl, a Hollywood bimbo, with the other guy, the guitarist that did Crazy Train. Boom, 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 boom. That guitarist that come with that riff, and Randy Rhoads. Sir Drums knows the story. Sir Drums. So I didn't drive right back. I didn't drive them right back to the hotel. I was driving all over the damn place the long way. He's like, "Come on, mate. You know, he's got an English accent." it was throwing me all off guard. You hear him sing like that, you don't expect tea and crumpets. You don't expect that. I went up there and they were partying and that poor Randy Rhodes, I think he got he passed. They had another guy. He said Ozzy was in California sleeping in an abandoned house with Sharon, eating bologna sandwiches like me. He was done with well, the Black Sabbath came Black Sabbath and all that, which was really successful. But Sharon Osbourne had some types of connections, and she had mercy on Ozzy. She had mercy on Ozzy. She was very acute, smart, business minded, and he was drugged out. He was all drugged out, whacked out there, and then she got him back. She put him back together like Humpty Dumpty. She put him back together again, and then the rest is history. Yeah, he had an English accent, but yeah, he was weird. He was weird. Randy Rhodes. There was another guy too. I can't remember the name, but you know what? I believe that we watch these entertainers. We watch these entertainers and we see them play their music, and I think we take it for granted. Oh, there's a band playing a song. We don't realize just how accomplished they are on their instruments. Just how accomplished they are on their instruments. Now, I went up there. I knew where they were staying from the first time, but the next morning I went up there again, knocking. They said you can't go. I said no. I'm supposed to deliver a urgent. I'm supposed to give a message from the production manager. I was lying. I knew what room they were, but they had security or something, so they let me up there, and I was knocking, and they were in there, and they said, "Oh, it's that kid again that drove us, blah blah blah." And then Ozzy's house, but the kid let me in. They were talking music and E minor, whatever, like musical notes, like music. That's Bach. But, and it all sounded like a foreign language to me. And he's going, you come back in, and then we can dub this, and then and the arrangement and the production. And I was like, this is behind the music. This is behind the music. Put the parts together, like refrain or whatever, all that kind of stuff, and then whatever. But I was like, these musicians are like scientists in a laboratory. And the drum and the bass, I'm not an expert. But the drummer from the song Tom Sawyer, that drummer was one of the most accomplished drummers on planet Earth. See, I'm getting old. Today's Tom Sawyer gets high on you. The space he invades gets high on you. That drummer for that band is insane. Completely insane. Rush. Thank you, Johnny D. Help a guy out over here. Rush. That drummer Now, I was running track in high school, and this kid was a music connoisseur, and he had the player and he had headphones, and we're going out of town to a track meet. And he's like, Joe, you got to check this song out. And I put the headphones on, and I didn't know anything about Rush, and he played Tom Sawyer. And that riff, but it was actually the piano, wasn't it? That's actually the organ or whatever. They only had 3 members, I believe, Rush. Such a catchy riff. I was running my race. I ran the mile and 2-mile race. I was running that mile, my first race in the mile, with that Tom Sawyer beat in my head. I ran my record time like there was no tomorrow. I had that song in my mind. I'm running. Cole said, holy cow. I said, I got Tom Sawyer in my head. He said, where'd you meet him? I said, that's the name of a song. He said, you're a psychopath, Monty. You're a psychopath. I said, I got Tom Sawyer in my head. He says, well, I hope they play it again for the 2-mile race. Sir Drum says, didn't Joe Pesci play with Jimi Hendrix sometime in the mid-'60s? I believe I saw a photo with them together in a band. I don't know if he did, but the Isley Brothers and Jimi Hendrix were closely related. And they used to have a lot of experimental sessions together in Ohio, little old Ohio. And I don't know. I really couldn't answer that. Joe Pesci played with Jimi Hendrix. I don't know. We could talk about music forever, ain't it? Yeah. The Ohio Players, the Isley Brothers, Led Zeppelin. Yeah. Johnny D, Led Zeppelin played together because the first opening part of Who's That Lady? Who's that lady? Lovely lady. The first part of that song, where that riff comes in, it's so cool and it's so soulful. Jimi Hendrix was a hard rocker, but he installed that. The Isley Brothers were very accomplished on all their instruments. They were connoisseurs on the roller coaster. That was influenced by Jimi Hendrix. That lead intro was influenced by them. Roller Coaster, Ohio Players. You know what I used to think that said, Sir Drums? It was saying roller coaster. I used to think it was saying Howard Cosell. This says Howard Cosell. Holy Howard Cosell. You wonder why I'm nuts? I'm a very troubled human. I'm a very troubled individual over here, folks. Yeah. You'd be surprised. Johnny D's an Ohio player. I'm not going to try to go back to the Mafia or mob or anything like that. But a lot of people don't realize that the state of Ohio and Cleveland and Cincinnati was very integral in the mob. You don't see it on TV or movies or stuff like that. But in this gambling network of the Northeast Gambling Network and its tentacles extended northbound, westbound, southbound, it couldn't go to the ocean, eastbound, that it was Ohio had a lot of influence in the mob. You just don't see it wherever, you just don't see it. The Ohio Players, roller coaster song. About Snow White. Don't ruin it for me, Benny. I think I got Snow White here in A musical. Let's see what I got. I got these from a very accomplished musician, a organ player, a pianist, and a highly recognizable, whatever, a savant, and she got elderly and stuff, and it's just sad when people get elderly and everything. But she gave me the music. She gave me the music to you know. She used to play Bach. She used to play Bach. Now I'm a rock and roller. But you should hear some of these melodies. Like these old composers would have. Look, Beauty and the Beast. Look at that. Beauty and the Beast. I'm not a gangster. I'm showing you Beauty and the Beast. Look at Ave Maria. Huh? I'm not a gangster. I'm not a damn gangster. Oh, here's more Beauty and the Beast. They play it in D, G, the female part, C, F, add 9. How? It's a different language. John W. Shaw. Now, this is from 1952. 1952. Yeah, interesting stuff. But, a lot of these rock and rollers, they know about all this music and G minor and D minor. They know this stuff. They know it. Look at Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin. He was a protege when he was 9 years old. Jimmy Page. 9 years old. They just don't overnight, we see them on stage as a finished product, but there's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of hard work behind all that. And then Jimmy Page said it, and Kurt Cobain said it, the late Kurt Cobain from Nirvana, and he had a good ear. And Kurt Cobain said, "You make something that is palatable." I like that. Kurt Cobain, he said, it has to be palatable to the ear. And he got that from Jimmy Page. Because Jimmy Page was an alien, and he knew music on any instrument. John Paul Jones, who doesn't get enough credit. Well, they're all the greatest. They're all the GOATs. You got all the GOATs. You got in one band. God came down and said, "I'm going to make you the best drummer ever. I'm going to make you the best guitarist ever. Robert Plant, I'm going to make you the best singer ever. John Paul Jones, I'm going to make you the best piano player and bass player ever." And he could conquer. He used to play the church pipe, God just came down and said, you, and you, you're going to form Led Zeppelin, and the rest is history. What happened to me? What happened to me? What happened? Jeez. There will never be another front man like Robert Plant. And his looks and everything like that. You couldn't write it up any better. I'm not funny or anything like that. I like women, but he's just like some kind of freaking god up there in the voice. And man, they had that one Graffiti. Remember the album Graffiti? Well, I'm gonna start titling my shows Mafia Graffiti. Zeppelin used the word graffiti. It worked for them. Tune in for Mafia Graffiti. I'm not Robert Plant, but I'm going to try my best, okay? Try not to smoke a lot either. What else we got here tonight? Have we left anything out, my good people? I obviously don't know how much influence they had, but I know Pittsburgh had a crew. The last made member died in 2015. I went to school with his grandson. They had a reality TV show. Well, Pennsylvania, if they had connection, there's a big cocaine connection. Cocaine. Blocaine. Eric Clapton. Cocaine. Pittsburgh was part of a trail from Florida, Miami, up the eastern seaboard and Pittsburgh. The Colombo family had connections there. Well, the New York or whatever. Well, I know these mofos used to talk about Pittsburgh and whatever shenanigans they were doing. But I don't know what family that was. Sometimes I just think there's regular just dealers. There's just regular dealers out there that sold to the mob. You know, dealers. Shit, the mob's got money. You deal with the mob, you just got to make one transaction a month. That's all. Oh, Genovese? The Genovese tried to say, we don't deal drugs. Oh, Deb, you know what? My sister's outside. I got to go outside and get my smokes, but just hang in there for 2 seconds, all right? I got to run outside and get my smokes. Please, I know this is rude, but I got to go out there and get my smokes. I'll be right back. It'll only take 2 minutes. Sorry about that. You don't want to. I don't want. I got a care package. It's nice to have good family. It's nice to have good family. I love you, Debbie. Whew. Now, where were we? Thank you, honey. So, oh yeah, the music. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Genovese in Pittsburgh. That guy that had that channel, I don't know if he's still on. It was called Mafia Made a while back. And he used to have that guy come on from Colombia in the split screen. That dude there, they moved a lot. He knew the guy from Colombia. This club that I was around knew the guys from Colombia. They don't say it on MobTube. I don't know why Mike Francis would ever say the Colombians, they didn't deal drugs. I don't know why. That was just lip service. I don't know if he did personally, but the Colombos The Colombos dealt more freaking drugs than all the families put together. What are you trying to have some honor? You could talk about murderers. Well, we're murderers and we did all this and that, but we're not drug dealers. It's like that honorable? Is that honorable, bro? I don't know. Yeah. They tried to hide it in my car before. They tried to hide it in my car. Every time I got in my car, I had to check my car for guns and freaking blow. Drugs and blow. I was going to go. Yeah, she's good. She's good. She's good. She looks out for me. I was going to cross the Peace Bridge one time, and just out of the blue, I said, well, let me check my car. Let me check my car. Under the seat, under the passenger seat, there was a piece and there was a bag, a Scarface bag. I went, what? So I went and I said, who left their freaking Snickers bar and candy bars in my car? I just trying to play it off. Who left that candy bars and stuff under my seat in my car? And then here come Bozo the clown. Oh, I got to talk to you, Jojo. I got to talk to you. Yeah, what? You're leaving that in my car? I was going to cross the damn Peace Bridge and go to prison for 20 years, you knucklehead. Now you got to pay me. Now you got to pay me, or I'm going to tell Sam, and he's going to bust you up. I wasn't a tough guy. I might not have worded it like that. I didn't express it in those terms. I might have said, well, I think you might owe me something for this. Don't you think you owe me a little something for this? But, them guys came one time. Like I said, they had the tattoo. They had they would differentiate their gangs with a tattoo on their hand. And the guy didn't show up at the club. The guy didn't show. So I was left to entertain the guy who more or less took me hostage for this deal that was going bad. And I told him where to hide it in a drainage in the parking lot, the drainage things that come up, put it on a hanger, bust up a hanger, a wire hanger, and clip it, and then hang the bag, hang it down in there so it's safe, because I ain't driving with nobody with 2 Ks in a car or anything like that. But they dealt more, the guy didn't show up for his own deal. I don't know what happened to him, but the guy didn't show up for his own deal. But see, later on, then the crack came out. Later on, the crack, they would convert it. They would convert it to make it into crack and all that stuff. But there was no crack. There was no crack. They started changing these laws, these mandatory sentences. But, oh well. Back to music and the Pittsburgh cocaine connection. I told you this would be 3 hours in midnight. I appreciate Bonzo and Juju. I appreciate your help. I really do. I really appreciate your help, and everybody else that comes in, hangs out with me. So, woo. I guess we'll finish up there, folks. I'm getting a little winded and everything. I appreciate everybody for coming in, hanging out. We got some other juice coming. I got abused one time by a hired guy. Thank you, Juju. I appreciate your support. I really do appreciate it. Everybody, you stay safe. Yeah. Good night, Mr. Bross, man. Yeah. I was with a guy at a casino that won over $200,000, and he was broke by 5 a.m. We got that coming. We got that coming down the pike. We got another story where a gangster jumped a fence at a racetrack and tackled a jockey off the horse of the sulkies. We got that one coming down the pike. We got another guy, Joey V, that used to run this painting hustle. We got that coming down the line. We got some torture, some sick torture game they used to play with electricity. We got that coming down the line. Viewer discretion is advised. No, Irish Jim, I haven't seen that. So we got some good stuff coming down at Fast Times at Mafia High. We're just gonna check out all the rooms. We're gonna check all the rooms out at Mafia High and see what's going on at Mafia High. Mafia Graffiti. So I always feel good about talking to everybody. Hang out, have some fun. You gotta laugh in life. We gotta keep our thinking straight. We gotta process stuff, keep things in order. If you're striving to reach goals, just keep pumping. I was on life support for a year, supposed to be a vegetable. I had to learn everything. I started from scratch, had to learn to walk, didn't know my name, didn't know what a human being was. You can come back. You can come back. You got a divorce, your spouse left you or whatever, you can come back. We are born with divine DNA in on us. Let's try to reach our potential. The world is a vampire. It wants that blood, but we can fight back. We can do it. We can do it together in unity. We have to rise each other up. You know, I'm down on enlightenment and laughter. I talk about gruesome stories, dark stories, but I said if I'm going to tell dark stories, I'm going to try to bring some light to my channel too. Bring some lightness and enlightenment. Bring some enlightenment, bring some encouragement to people that struggle, you know? People that struggle out there. You know, you could bring a little darkness in a bright room and you can't make it dark. You could bring a little brightness in a dark room and make it illuminated very bright. So if you can bring somebody up with some good words and wisdom, do that. That's richness. That's real. That's currency. Money isn't the only currency in our lifetimes. Money is money. Yeah. But there's other currency, things of value that you can offer for free that can really impact on people's lives. You know, so I'm not trying to preach a sermon, but I want everybody, you guys are good, well-intended people to come in here and hang out with me. I appreciate that. So I'm not preaching a sermon, but I just want to offer encouragement, enlightenment, that you can be up against it and you can come back no matter what. You can come back no matter what. Okay? So that's that. Your well-intended people come in here, hang out with me, and help me with my show. This is an interactive show. I can't do it. Thank you, Cool Keith. Arrivederci Roma. Yeah. I can't do it without you guys. Every one of my show. Thanks, Ivan Lore. Ivan Lore's been riding in this car for a long time. Thank you, Ivan Lore. Ivan Lore gave me encouragement way back when. He gave me encouragement. I had 9 subscribers. Ivan Lore was there. I had 9 subscribers. He said, go ahead, Joe. Keep going. You're doing a good show. I said, Ivan, I got 9 subscribers. You're one of them. He says, no, you got to keep going, bro. I know about psychology. I know about therapy. Oh, yeah. Well, he gave me confidence. Yeah, he gave me confidence. Everything's an illusion. Love and compassion are the only true things out there that are eternal. Everything else is temporary. Everything is temporal. Yeah. Steady 15 viewers at midnight. A lot of people wish for that. Slowly but surely, Juju, we're getting there. You are seeing it grassroots here first. You're seeing it. You're seeing the beginning right here. You're seeing it right here, folks. You have to be confident. No matter what, you have to be confident. Believe in yourself, even when others don't believe in you. I've been blessed and graced by good people encouraging me. But if you don't but if you don't have a good support system, not all of us have a good support system to rely on. But be be uh, um, be confident. Be confident in asking for a promotion or communicate to your spouse. Communicate. So, we just want to enjoy. You guys are all younger. You got a lot of years ahead of you. Get it straight now. Get it straight now. Life is precious. Life is precious. Get it straight now. You got some baggage you're dragging around. Sometimes you got to release that baggage. Sometimes you got to release that conflict that you've had with other people. Let it go. When you feel hate for somebody, they don't feel it. The hate only resides in you. So you think you're PO'd at somebody and you're hateful at somebody, they're just out living their life. That resides in you. That's not good for your immune system. That's not good for your health. That's not good for your stomach. That's not good for, ulcers. And, so let's just try to address these things. Be a little more aware. It's a lifelong journey. I have to demonstrate that myself because I'm a bipolar psychopath. I got to demonstrate that. I have to demonstrate that. Life is just it's just on a continuum, just on a continuous pendulum. We're gonna have bumps and we're gonna have peaks and valleys and everything else, but you know what? Process it, address it, squash it, and move on. Enjoy. You need to laugh every day. It's good for your immune system too. You need to laugh. It's not partly cloudy, it's partly sunny. You have to, we are blessed that we are breathing. That's a start. Okay. I said a lot, folks. I said a lot. But this is a full service channel here. Okay. This is a full service channel. I don't have any writers, I don't have any editors. I'm a natural. All right. Thank you, Sir Drums. These are great people in here. They gave me confidence. They gave me confidence. They gave me confidence to be shy and like, oh, what am I gonna say? What am I gonna say? Well, what if I screw up? Just do it, Joe. You'll learn. You'll learn. Ivan told me, go ahead, do it. Maybe you'll get 50 subscribers. No more politics, though. Yeah. Vinny, come visit the Gunsmoke show at midnight. You might find it fun. Gunsmoke? I watch it on freaking Gunsmoke Marathon. I watch Gunsmoke Marathon. So we like to enjoy. I really appreciate your participation because I wouldn't be able to do it. I try to tell Mafia graffiti. I try to tell Mafia graffiti and stuff like that. But my mom, who passed away, she might not enjoy that. We were raised on good principles and hard work, things like that. So I think my mom would be proud of me if I tried to show some encouragement and love and compassion, because that's how we were. So, I'm a mama's boy. So I want my mom, who passed away, I want her to be proud of me that I got spared my life many times. I got spared many times. Johnny D, thank you. Johnny D, thank you. I got spared many times. So I better offer a good word. Why did I get spared? God, I got all this craziness. Why did all my people, everybody's dead? Everybody passed away for numerous reasons. So I have to offer a good word, a good, loving, compassionate word. That's why I don't want to get wishy-washy. I told you I'm not a tough guy anyways. Thank you, Johnny D. But we could talk about some mafia graffiti. I got a million stories. And then we could talk about music. We could talk about psychology. We could talk about relationships. We could talk about quantum physics if you want. We could talk about how to bake a cake. Oh, wow. So it keeps me going. Otherwise, I got no human interaction. If you don't have social interaction, you'll go nuts. You think? If you don't have social interaction, you'll end up in a straitjacket. Look at me. Huh? So, these gangster shows, and they tell the same recycled stories over and over and over. The only thing I ever try to sell is my book. That's all, which is a great read, anyways, for $7 or something like that. Those other rich gangsters, they're selling everything so high priced. At least I know people struggle, and they got a budget and everything. I don't sell my soul for nothing. I'll make it. I'll survive. I'll survive. Them guys are all sellout, rat infested sellouts. I know I wasn't gonna go there on my channel. They're rat lion sellouts. All your Mike Francises, all your set, they're not true mobsters. The I can't even think of the word. Jeez. But the irony of it is Mike wasn't a real gangster. He's got a big mob channel. He was a satellite guy. Sammy the Bull, they grabbed everything. He was a sawed-off runt. And yeah, he did whatever he did, but they're not the true reflection of real gangsters on this mob soap opera on YouTube. They're not 1% of the true gangsters that were running around. They're not. They're just recognizable names. That's all. Just because they're recognizable names doesn't mean that they're real. They're believable or credible. I like Mike Francis's political views, yes, but the rest of that gibberish, some of it's true. Mike tells great stories. Yes, he tells great stories. Sammy the Bogravano tells great stories. People just want to hear great stories, but they're not what they present themselves to be in the real life. In the real life, they're not what they present themselves to be in the real life. But that's their business, I guess. Get over it, Jojo. That's their business. But they're dinosaurs, and I'm coming up. They ran out of stories. They ran out of stories. Yeah, Sonny was a real gangster. Yeah. I don't want to talk smack, but I guess I do. I always say that. I don't want to talk smack, but I got a video. I got a video of Mike's mother saying they never seen a penny of the gas tax money. Forgive me. Forgive me. I got a video of it. We never saw. They were living in a one-bedroom apartment, and he's trying to act like the God Almighty. Yeah. And I don't care if my brother was Charles Manson and I had a ton of money and my brother was struggling, I wouldn't turn my back on him. I wouldn't turn my back on him if he was a doper or not. Come stay in my mansion. We could get you here. You dry out. You Jones. We're gonna lock you up in that room. You're gonna Jones, bro. But I'm gonna have medical attention because I'm a millionaire, and I'm gonna give you medical attention. You're gonna Jones, and I'm gonna give you a start, bro. And we're going to get you back on your feet again. Crickets. Crickets. We're selling wine with a nice Sauvignon. We're selling wine, and I'm selling out to the son of Sam. I'm selling wine with the son of Sam. I'm selling out to Berkowitz, and we're selling wine and books, and he terrorized New York City and killed innocent people. And this guy's selling wine and books, interviewing the son of Sam. Yeah. While he's out there in a California mansion. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, Mike. How do you sleep at night, Lufrate? Yeah, Big Small. Yes, Big Small. Yes, Debbie. Yeah, my sister Debbie that just brought me these smokes and everything. I got out of freaking life support, and she doesn't have a lot. She come to my aid. What do you need? She got me a car, got me set up. Make sure she doesn't have. She has enough to make ends meet. But our mother made us bond together, family. A mother son is a strong relationship. I'm a mama's boy. Sonny's over there doing a million years in prison. The mother's struggling. The mother's struggling. And he's talking about all these millions he made. They got 5 people in a 1-bedroom apartment in Brooklyn. Well, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Who is it? I got on video where she says, we never saw a penny. What? We got a nice Sauvignon from the vineyards of southern France, and we made 400 million on the gas tax scheme. And yeah. You know, psychologically speaking, you could tell a lot about a person of how the relationship is with their mother, especially a single mother that raised the children alone. You don't need to be a forensic psychologist. But I didn't want to go there, but somehow I went there. But that channel's dying out. He told all his stories and all that. He told all that gibberish, and he's a good storyteller. He's a good storyteller. How come he doesn't talk about any of the killing? Doesn't he have immunity? Did he ever kill anybody? Let me tell you something about the Colombo family, okay? They were doing the rock and roll, gambling, whatever they were doing. Mike had his own satellite thing. He had his own satellite thing. Oh, you could be a captain here. We'll put a pin on you. You could be whatever you want to be. Just keep handing over that gas money. Just keep handing that over. You could be the king of Sheba if you want. We'll put a button on you and you could call you. Well, when he got on YouTube, he started calling himself former mob boss. Former mob boss when he got on YouTube, you know, former mob boss. Then he was doing interviews all over. It always said former mob boss. You were a makeshift captain of your own makeshift cronies, and you had your own little side hustle there, and you had to pay the money up to the other people. You don't hear that. You don't hear that. You don't hear that. All that bull crap. He's running out of stories. I got a million more. That's his hustle. That's his hustle. He's got the introduction. It sounds like the intro to the. He's got all the best production value of his show. You know, it sounds like the Godfather and all that. Yeah, you can throw in all the bells and whistles. Maybe I'm jealous. No, but I have nothing here. But I just do what I got to do. But he's got all the production value. He's a good orator. He's a good communicator, and he tells good stories. But a lot of it's bullcrap. But who cares? Bullcrap sells. my bullcrap sells. He's got 1 million subscribers, so he's a good hustler. He's a good hustler. So on that bright note, we'll leave it at that. Who would ever thought, Johnny D, who would ever thought a freaking ex-hustler would lie on YouTube? Well, geez, what a novel concept that is. Wow, a wise guy lying on YouTube? Geez, how dare you? They're all hustling liars and all that. Yeah, everybody just wants to hear a good story. That's all. They want to, at least I'm more personable with the people. If you want to talk to him, you got to do a super chat and they'll answer your questions. You can't ask nobody any questions without your credit card. I'm the poorest one on planet Earth, and I'll answer anybody's question for free. For free. I'm for the people. And if I'm elected, I promise to entertain you. Entrainment. This guy's got a good vocabulary. Entrainment. This guy's got a psychology background. Johnny D, I see you, buddy. He's got a smile on his face. Entrainment. That's $1 million word. So, I guess everybody, some people like different flavors. That's all. I've been through it all, and they turned my channel back on. So I gotta do it now. I gotta do it. I gotta do it now and rise up a little bit, and maybe I can get rise up a little bit. Rise up and have fun, because I do it for free. I like the support and donation and things like that, but I'd like to hang out. I hang out. Sometimes a couple old wise guys get in here. They use different names. They use different names and things like that. Mikey Scars has always been positive to me. Mikey Scars. I don't care about all the back and RJ. Mikey Scars, and even John A. was very welcoming to me and then shouted me out. That's all. They like a runaround guy stories. They like the runaround go. He told me I never missed a show once, Joe. They want, well, John A. did, but I don't know. But you just got to entertain a little bit. I do all my things live. I can't record and do all that technical stuff. I don't know how to do all that stuff. I got a GoPro camera and all that. I don't even know how to. I'm trying to sell it. I'm trying to sell my GoPro because I don't know how to do the videos and then upload them on, and then you could edit videos. But when you do videos and upload them, you can't talk to the people. You can't talk to the people. And the other people, they only answer questions if you give a super chat. I'm happy enough if somebody watches my show. Sammy got the girl on the show. What's he got his daughter on there? Oh, God forgive me. I could only watch her for like 1 second. God forgive me. Thank you, Irish Jimmy. Oh, I thought you said you got to go. Oh, you got a GoPro. I hate it, small and awkward. You got a GoPro. I thought you said you got to go. I ain't trying to get rid of you or anything. Yeah. Sammy the Bull Gravano, the Bull, Johnny D, and everybody else that's in here. The Bull, it sounds aggressive, right? Sammy the Bull Gravano. It sounds aggressive. It sounds like a bulldog. It ain't the reason it was Bull's Head. It was because it's Bull's Head. He was a skinny little midget, sawed off front, getting slapped around all over the place, and all that other gibberish they're spewing. and anybody could pull a trigger, but he took a charge. He took a charge, and he was so scared to go to jail. He went to that Atlas, that boxer trainer Atlas, and he started taking steroids because he was going to go to prison, and he was shaking in his boots. Oh, he was good with his hands. Anybody could walk up to anybody and pull a trigger. Anybody could walk. And then he had to join the Aryan brothers and get all that Odin stuff put on him, all that tattooed, all that mythology and all that Odin. And there's a good friend of mine that is an Aryan, that because we had a mutual loved one. But, and I'm not talking smack about no Aryans or anything, but I'm just saying, as far as Sammy the Bull goes, he put the Odin on there because nobody wanted to. They didn't want him in any gangs or he couldn't gravitate toward nobody. So he put the Odin thing on there just so he had somebody to hang out with. And then he hung with the Muslims. He hung with the Islam. He studied all of that stuff because he needed a group to join. He was a sawed-off little midget runt, and my godfather told me too when he was younger, about Sammy and all that, and the dressmaker, the parent dressmaker and all that, but whatever the hell he taught, and the rompers and all that. He was a street level thing that caught a break and conned his way and did everything he had. He is nothing. Another one that sat in front of the Senate hearing committees. Another one that sat in front of senators and congressmen, just like Mike Francis gave up the Mafia in 37, gave up 16 people in the Mafia in 37 seconds flat. The Mafia YouTube hero, Mike Francis, sat in front of congressmen, gave everybody up but the janitor in 37 seconds flat. A new land record. Yeah. They're not gangsters. They're YouTube gangsters, but they're not real gangsters. And they've made a good profit on it. So, well, that's that. But just because they made a profit, they're not, in my book, and in any other 95% of real gangsters that were out there rocking and rolling, they would never consider Mike a gangster or Sammy the Bull. Sammy the Bull, all he did was freaking strong-armed businesses and took over businesses. We had one of his businesses in our at the steel brokerage that I was working at, the steel brokerage, when I tell you the stories in the office, that was a steel brokerage, but it was part of the gambling ring. One of his companies in the construction, I think it was the steel rods, was in our Rolodex. But he took he strong-armed those businesses and took over all those businesses. He took them all over. If one of those owners of one of those businesses, if just one of them would have said, yes, Sammy, I'll meet you over here and we can make a deal with it. If one of those owners just had the Cayunes to just blow, bang them out and get it over with. But he was very, very careful. He was very, very careful because these were just mild-mannered businessmen. But if there was just one, and then he's going to try to extort them? No. They're not the real gangsters. They're not the real gangsters. Those gangsters that were down there in Queens and Surfside Tree, there's a different level of gangsterdom that, like I said before, you see our American government, and that's the visual. That's the visual that you see in the traditional American government. There's another shadow government. In the mob, there's shadow that trumps all the traditional 5 crime families. There's a shadow that will bring an army bigger than any 5, that will bring any army bigger than any one of the traditional mafia crime families. There's they'll bring in 1,000 soldiers from Sicily and take everything. They don't tell you that on Mob 2. The smallest channel on YouTube will tell you that. Me. All that bull crap. All that bull crap. Yeah. If he didn't hand out all those envelopes, see, he was a good chess player. Mike was a good chess player. Hand out all those envelopes. All that gibberish. The one thing you know why I always say I was a nobody in the mob. I was just a runaround guy. Because one thing you don't do in the mob is you don't name, claim, rank. You don't claim, rank, jump. You will never. A soldier is a soldier. An associate is an associate. A captain is a captain. An underboss is. You never falsify your rank. What did Mike Francis do when he come out in all his titles and interviews? Former mob boss. Every title. You know he ain't a real gangster. That's cardinal rule number one. You know he's not a real gangster when you break that cardinal rule right off the bat. I could have said I was a made man in the Colombo family. Nobody would have known the difference. I didn't say that. I don't need to lie about that garbage. Come right up there. Former mob boss. What? You were a satellite enterprise that your guys weren't made. His under guys, all his security and under people weren't initiated in the ceremonial Colombo crime family. They were just underlink guys to give him security. He got a big Mafia YouTube channel. Yeah, he could tell stories about business and all that kind of stuff. Whatever happened. But no. Then he says, well, you got immunity, bro. You got immunity. You could talk about murder and everything else. Sammy talks about 19 murders or 36 murders. Well, what? He's trying to be a cutie pie and say, well, I don't talk about it. You don't talk about it because you never pulled the trigger on anybody. You're just trying to leave. You're trying to leave the viewer curious. You're trying to whet their appetite on, well, I won't say if I ever murder somebody. Well, I was a made man in Hollywood on Halloween night. Your father was Sonny Francis. You didn't have to commit a murder to get in the mob. Come on, Billy. Benny Blanco, former mob boss. Sonny Black was a mob boss, not Mikey Boy. Right. Yeah. It's just a shame how they let. Yeah. No. Never met the Chin. I talked to his daughter, though. His daughter's real cool. She's like a psychic, Johnny D? She's like a psychic. The Chins. They said the Chin had the IQ of a genius. The Chin. Yeah, his daughter. She's might be a little older than me. But I think she's like a psychic. I can't remember her name. Beautiful, lovely lady, though. Sonny Black. How could they get conned? When you hear those tapes from that movie, we talked about this before. How could they get conned by that yo-yo from the FBI? That would have never went down in a million years. That was a 1% chance of that happening. That movie with the FBI guy got in there and they're talking, they're giving away freaking recipes over the phone and they're talking about everything, Donnie Brasco. Yeah, Donnie Brasco. They're talking about everything. So there's a chance encounter in a bar and the guy says, I'm a good safe cracker. Yeah. There's a million safe crackers and all of a sudden they're exchanging recipes with the other guy. I felt sorry for the other guy under Sonny Black. He was a mess. He was a mess on that phone. He was under so much pressure. How I wish a guy like Donnie Brasco would have come into our club, a Donnie Brasco scrub, and start spewing. He would have been in the river by midnight. He would have been in the river by midnight. How does he infiltrate like that? You could hear on the tapes. You could hear on the tapes how he was overcompensating Johnny D. Yes. You could hear on the tapes, psychologically speaking. Now, a lot of these gangsters are forensic psychologists and profilers. Gangsters are forensic profilers in the hierarchy. They've seen every personality known to mankind. You hear Donnie Brasco on that first tape, informant, FBI, written all over it. Written all over it. How does that happen? He's overcompensating, and you can hear how he's trying to act tough and talk tough. It had phony written all over it. It had government written all over it. It had the FBI. He's talking to the poor guy under Sonny Black. I got brain damage. I can't remember his name. The guy under Sonny Black, who's ready to have a coronary every time they talk, and all the pressure they're under and all this and that. There was a 1% chance of Donnie Brasco. There's something behind that story that wasn't put on the big screen. Lucky lefty. Yeah. Thank you, Benny Blanco. There's no way. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. All of a sudden, you don't know anything about this guy, and he comes up with 25,000. Then he comes up with 15. Yeah, he's a safe crack. Yeah, this and that. It smelled bad all the way from the start. The government will hand out all kinds of money. The mafia knows that. The government will spend millions of dollars on a
investigation. The government will throw millions of dollars just to give a guy 5 to 7 in the slammer. They'll spend millions of dollars to throw at the cost and all that. They'll spend whatever it takes, Mr. Bronx. Yeah, here's 50,000. He's coming up with 25,000. Well, geez, put us in on these heists. How isn't the mafia wanting in on his racket? That was If they would have tied him up in a chair in the basement and called my godfather up to blow torture and say, what's your racket, bro? What's your racket? You're just not making hundreds of thousands of dollars under mafia territory. No, I don't know what Hollywood did with that. I don't know what the real story is behind that. I don't know. Sir Drums, nice horse portrait, by the way, Deb. Yep, my sister Deb. Yep. I used to sell some of my paintings up in the Bronx in outdoor shows back in the 80s and early 90s. Wow. Well, my mother left my father. Well, my mother divorced my father when we were young, but my father was a commercial artist. I don't talk a lot about my father. There she is right there. But my father was an artist like Leonardo da Vinci. I didn't get any of the talent, and he was a commercial artist too that did signs, commercial signs and all that. But he, after he passed away and we ended up with some of his works and stuff that he would do. Yeah, he was pretty good. He was pretty good. So, what else you want to know? Donnie Brasco. Oh boy, that burns me up. Thank you, Irish Jimmy. Sir Drums. He comes in there hanging around a tough guy, and the guy's telling him everything but the kitchen sink. They're exchanging freaking cake recipes and what? And yeah, well, he's just coming up with all these lump sums of money. What? Oh, great movie. Yes, sir, Drums. Great movie. Great movie. But that's Hollywood. That's Hollywood. That's Hollywood. Mm-mm. They had their target, and they knew Sonny Black and Lefty. They knew they were whacked out. Well, you know how they know they're whacked out? They got wire surveillance on everybody. They already got wire surveillance on everybody, and they said, "Yeah, this Lefty and this Sonny Black, they'll be easy. These two psychopaths, we could get Donnie and work them easy." Because these are two psycho non-thinkers. These are two non-thinking psychopaths that are caught up in the game. So we can target them with Donnie Brasco, and they'll tell you everything but the kitchen sink. So that was a soft target. Yeah. That's considered a soft target. That's like taking candy from a baby. So Donnie Brasco didn't accomplish squat. That was low-hanging fruit. That was low-hanging fruit. That's all that was. And the guy didn't live that long anyways. The other guy was a unhealthy mess anyways. All those conversations of stress, and I don't know, it's Sonny Black, and all. What the hell? All I know, well, whatever they did, they did. But in 99% of the other mafia environment, a guy walks in with that flata stuff, he's going to leave with at least a beating. He's going to leave because he's got government written all over his face. You could hear it on those earliest tapes. A fifth grader could smell that out. A fifth grader. You don't have to be an educated gangster to go, geez, that sounds a little, that sounds a little orchestrated. He was overcompensating in his conversations. It was a joke. It was a joke. And they publicize it like, oh my gosh, what a big accomplishment that the FBI infiltrated. What a great accomplishment. It wasn't nothing. It was a layup. It was a layup for them to get them guys. It was a layup. It was a layup to get them guys. It was nothing. There was no accomplishment. It was nothing. They heard all those tapes of Sonny Black and him talking. They talked around the damn clock together for hours and hours and hours. They talked and talked and talked till they passed out. Like I'm about to do. So, yeah. I don't know. There used to be slippery people that would come in to the bar or whatever, and a lot of guys were on the take. A lot of the government was on the take. They were on the take, and you know who your regular customers are. You know, whatever. People drink at the club at night. Civilians come off the street and they drink and stuff. But you always know when you hear that one sentence and it's a 5-alarm fire and it's like, excuse me, you're going to have to leave. You're not welcome here at this establishment. Thank you. Do you need a ride home? Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You hear Donnie Brasco would have come into our club for 2 minutes. He would have got told to leave. And he would have got asked one time to leave. And that's it. All that bull crap. He's not impressive to me. Pee Wee Herman could have pulled it off on them clowns with Sonny Black. Pee Wee Herman could have pulled that off. That's no accomplishment. That ain't impressive to me. To America, it is. To America, that's impressive. But when you're really thinking, when you're really trying to be cerebral about it and just figure out the reality of it, is that it was just like opening the door and say, come on in. That's all it was. The Lefty, he knew the end. The way they were going on and on and on, they knew it was over anyways. Pre-Brasco, it was over for them. Pre Brasco, they knew it. They knew it. The Columbos didn't mess with them. Columbos didn't mess with them guys that much. No, I'm in a little town. I'm in a little town, Vivian. I'm in a little town where my grocery store is the Dollar General. I wish I was in Vegas. I wish I was at the Sahara, little old Sahara. I wish I was at the little old Sahara. Yeah, we covered a lot tonight, huh? Yeah. Come on down to little Cleveland. It's a blast. Cleveland, it's a blast. Yeah, I like Northfield Racetrack. Yeah, Western New York. Johnny D, Northfield Raceway. Yeah. Yep. Well, I don't have a car anymore. I got ripped off by senior citizens. I told the story before. I saved up for a car. Now I'm gonna play a violin. I saved up for a car for a long time. I saw a car that was advertised by a senior citizen couple. It was too good to be true. The car lasted freaking 6 weeks. They took off to Florida. Senior citizen, 80 years old and 76 years old. We'll call them Bonnie and Clyde. They got me. I'm supposed to be smart and savvy. They got me. They got me. Now I'm walking in blizzards. But I'm alive. But I'd like to visit. I'd like to freaking visit, meet new people and everything like that. I'd like to do that. Like Vegas Pete. I'd like to go see Vegas Pete out in Vegas and stuff like that. But hey, I'll perhaps get there. I'll get there. We'll rock and roll. I just like to have fun. That's all. But Cleveland was a participator. Cleveland, like I said earlier, Cleveland, you don't hear about Cleveland in mob lore or anything like that. You don't hear anything like that. I'm going to write and produce a movie, Sir Drums. And then I'm going to, everybody in my comments, after I'm a multimillionaire, I'm going to invite airfare and everybody to have a big banquet, a big, huge banquet. I'm going to fly in all the people in my comments, and I'm going to fly them all in, and we're going to just rock and roll. We're going to have everything. I can dream too. Everybody come in and have fun. That's all. Ain't that what life's all about? Let's have fun. Perhaps in the future. Perhaps. Anything's possible. Oh, yeah, you're in Cali. I'm going back to Cali. Cali. What else we got? I think we covered everything on planet Earth in this 3 hours and 33 minutes. I told you this might go past midnight. I told myself I was going to do it, but I like interacting with the people. What the heck? What the heck? Yeah, Sir Drums. They take it and then they put in the filler material and all that. But that Donnie Brasco was just a layup. It was a layup. Them guys were crumbling. Already. It was an easy mark. For them. They blew, and they used all that government money on all that. They used all that government money. Wouldn't they think it was too good to be true? They completely don't know anything about this guy's background. Now, I believe when I went, a lot of things happened either coincidentally for me or after I started working at the steel brokerage that was a part of a gambling ring, that maybe they did know that I was Mickey's godson from the Mickey that did work for the Colombo family, but so they knew some background on me. And so when I had to go to I was already delivering a little bread and milk from the broker office to the Colombo in the Falls. I was already doing that, but like my interview that like Sam, the boss, interviewed me. He already knew I had a license, so he already had somebody. They know they have people downtown in the DMV that can run me, clean license, this and that. And I already had, my cousin Victor was a shadow part of the shadow mob too in New York. But so they already know some background on me. They know background on you. What do they know about Donnie Brasco? He didn't have a resume. He didn't have uncles and other people, relatives. He didn't have relatives in the mob and all that. You got to get vetted. You got to get, oh, well, I got some money here. Can I get in? No. I mean, no. Uh-uh. They wouldn't make guys, if there was a father, a made guy, and he had 3 sons, and 2 of the sons got in to be made men, they could still refuse the other son. They'd still say, we refuse. We ain't going to make him for whatever reason. It wasn't just an automatic that just because your grandpa and your dad and your uncle and your cousin got all to be made men. It wasn't just totally assumed that you can automatically get made through that process. There's whatever Donnie Brasco and them guys did over there. That's 0.01%. You're dealing with the goofballs of the 3 stooges of that family over there. They were all on their way out anyways. They didn't care. Just give us some money, whatever. Just keep coming with the money, Donnie. Yeah. Keep coming with it. He would never get that close. Yeah, I'm a safe cracker. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who's this guy over here? Oh, well, he's a good safe cracker. They're a dime a dozen in the mob. That's not impressive. That ain't impressive. You safe cracker. Oh, yeah. And then they're just setting up their own job. They're just setting up his own job, like he pulled a job, and it's just like, look what I got from doing that job. Oh, well, geez. Well, they would want the total proceeds of that. They wouldn't want 20,000 or 50,000. So if he hands them 50,000, they're thinking he made $500,000. He ain't going to get away with that. He ain't even a made guy. You're throwing those clowns 20,000, 25,000, 50,000. They don't care about that little charity handout. They want, if you're handing out 50,000, that means you made 500,000 somewhere. They would have had a blowtorch and would have tied to a chair and saying, where's the other money, Donnie? Where's that other money? You paid us 50,000. Where's the other money? They had a blowtorch on them. I don't know. You ain't pulling rackets under these guys' faces. He found them clowns, and it was just an easy in, and whatever they did, they did. I don't think we'll ever know the real true story behind it, but just by listening to Donnie Brasco talk on the tapes, it's very easy to see that he was full of crap by his communication. He was overcompensating. He wasn't a natural. You could smell it. You could feel it in all that vernacular and all that communication. It is a bum. Oh, the big guy that infiltrated the mob. That ain't like that's something. That's nothing. There's freaking underbosses that were rats for 30 years. There were bosses that were rats for 25 years. There was so much infiltration going on that even captains and bosses were working for the government. So, well, who cares? Donnie Brasco come in, infiltrate it. Well, they were all working for the damn government. What the hell? If you want to peel the layers back a little farther, I mean, geez. Even Sam, God rest his soul. I'll elaborate on it in other videos, but I'll talk about the FBI and the lady I knew and what was going on in our office and what was going on up there. And I'll elaborate on that in future videos. The FBI will let you work both sides of the fence, but you got to give them a Scooby snack here and there. They'll let you run illegal enterprises and everything else as long as you hand them a little snack here and there. That's all. So Donnie Brasco don't mean nothing. He don't mean nothing. What value is there? What value is there to that? To get who? Sonny Black and Lefty? To get who? Throw all that money to get them. They were on their way out anyways. That's not any accomplishment to waste taxpayers' money on that. If they would have waited long enough, they didn't need Donnie Brasco. If they would have waited another 5 months, everybody else was crumbling anyways. Everybody else was crumbling anyways. They didn't need to waste one penny of taxpayers' dollars because there were so many other people that were going to rat the underlings that were going to rat on them all anyways. So they didn't even need that. All they had to do was just wait until the rats came out. Just put the cheese out, the rats will come, and you could take down Sonny Black and Lefty. You didn't need to throw in that all undercover Donnie Brasco bullshit. That shit was collapsing anyways. If you know, it doesn't make sense because, well, I'll just leave it at that. I'll leave it at that because, I mean, seen it all, folks. Seen it all. But I appreciate everybody. I was closing this video an hour ago. Johnny D. Sir Drums, Vivian. Holy cow. I like to have fun, folks. But, we like to have fun and we throw some things around. Let's throw some things around. People are fascinated about Mafia graffiti and everybody's got a right to their own opinion. That's all. I'm not the end all of knowledge. I'm not at the end all of knowledge. I'm just trying to figure it out too. But there's some things I know that are factual. Some things I know that are just evidentiary, that they have evidentiary value, and you can weigh them, and they will they're proven. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm a little immature too. Thank you, Johnny D. So just make sure, Johnny D, you started this, bro. You started this. I was closing at 2:43 for crying out loud. Hey, you know what? When you're getting older, I started using the phrase for crying out loud. I never used that phrase before until I turned 60. I never used that phrase before for crying out loud. I just said it again for crying out loud. Oh my gosh. Johnny, I need a therapist. Oh, I got one here. Here's my old card. Diamond Mine Services. I was a therapist. You wonder why I went nuts? Freelance. You try to give them wise guys therapy, they don't like it. It's not worth the money. It's not worth the money. Well, you got low self-esteem, Rick. And you got it's like you gotta tell me something. You gotta tell me something. No, you're just under stress. You better quit cheating on your wife. That's the only therapy I can give you. Why do I cheat? Well, I think you got low self-esteem. Oh, Lord, forgive me. I got so much graffiti, I could write 3 more books. I'll show you guys. You can start from scratch. So, Johnny D, you started this at freaking 2:29. It's an hour past that already. Good people. 5 hours? I'm an old man. You better come with a super chat. Better come with the credit card because I put my time in already, okay? You know, I only get a care package once a month, you know. Thank you, Debbie. I only get a care package once a month. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, man. It's nice to be around. I tell you, the mob and all that, but there was so many fun times. I talk about dramatic, stressful things, dramatic. Debbie, you're still in there? I talk about dramatic ulcers, but there was so much fun, laughing times. And I tell you, a lot of those guys had a good sense of humor, and there was a lot of fun, joyful times going to the track, great restaurants, money. They're tipping me money left and right. It was, and of course there's a flip side to it, what you get ulcers and all that kind of stuff, but it was a lot of fun though. It might not have been the right trajectory that I chose, being well educated in many fields, but you can't cry over spilled milk. I mean, life happens, and I trust in God's trajectory. Whatever happens, happens. I'm alive. They're not. All right. Oh, Sir Drums. You're a wise guy, Sir Drums. 6 more hours. What do you want to talk about? Well, I got to get another coffee. Sir Drums, I love you. I love everybody. Just let me get my coffee. If we still got people in here, we're going to I'll tell you a funny story. Yeah, Dad, you got me. Let me. I gotta tell you a funny story in the club that happened. I never remembered this story till just now. Maybe it's a lie. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I got my coffee in the microwave. All right, we're in business. We're in business. I gotta. Sir Drums, this is for you, Sir Drums. 6 more hours. Okay. It's a funny story, but there was a little craziness. Thank you, Deb, for the smoke. Thank you, Sir Drums. Blah, blah, blah. One of the guys that scared me the one time, well, they scared me a lot of different times, but I was in the car. I was in my car with one of these guys, and he was like, tell me all about it. Well, because sometimes their wife would come in or something or whatever. They were really paranoid, and some of them were really possessive and control freaks like that. So you've been tired all day. I might make a cup of coffee. Come on, have a coffee with me, Sir Drums. So he pulled a gun. He pulled a gun, and he said, "Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth." I said, "Listen, I don't need to go out with the last person's wife because I'd go to these events and I used to sit near the boss. I didn't want to participate in being around these other females. You don't know whose cousins, daughters, spouses, wives. You don't know anything. I was a little better looking back then. I didn't have any problem attracting women, let alone mafia gangsters' wives, you know." So he's scaring me. Tell me right now, blah, blah, blah. Then he was laughing. He goes, I know you're true blue. I know you're true blue, Jojo. I see how you operate at the events where there's big parties and social gatherings, and I behave like a gentleman. So he scared me. He scared me. So another guy that was supposed to be coming into the club, there was a little closet near the door, and I thought I was going to scare him. They said, "Oh, let him come in and scare him. Open the door." Like an ambush. But it was this crazy psycho. It was this crazy psycho guy. So I could hear the steps. I could hear the steps. And this door was like a utility closet, and there was a hook, and it had a hammer on it. And so this guy come in. It was the wrong guy that I was supposed to scare, but they were pranksters too. So I pushed the door open to holler. I pushed the door open, and the thing come down, and it smashed me. It smashed me on my head, and it was bleeding. And the same thing actually happened to a friend of mine in high school. This is crazy. This is the Twilight Zone stuff. This is actually the same kind of thing that happened, but with a friend of mine, this other prank, you know. And this hammer came down, and it caught me on the top of the head, and it wouldn't stop bleeding. It wouldn't stop bleeding, and it was like, this is just childish, immature stuff. And then Sam come out of the front. What's going on? They thought uh, he saw my face, the blood all coming down, and the old man turned into a ghost because he heard a bang, boom, boom. But you could differentiate a gunshot or something. But I think he thought I got smashed by a bat or something. And I was like, nah, he's trying to scare somebody in there, and the freaking hammer come down. Oh, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing in there? What's going on? I have all this blood in here. I got a scar up there somewhere. I got more scars on my head than so. I don't know if that's a $10 story, Sir Drums, but I did my best. Yeah, there was a lot of joking and things like that that went on. It wasn't all stress and oh, here's a story. Here's a crazy story. Sir Drums, this will be a better one. You probably heard it before because I repeat myself 17 times, but I'm getting old, okay? Mm. They I would sit in the car when they would go into the strip joints. I would sit in the car. And or I would take off and come back or something, have a meeting of the minds. So one time they were with another guy from wherever, and they were saying, "Oh, that's disrespectful, Joe, if you don't come in and have a drink, whatever." They try to turn it into mob etiquette or something. So, they try to turn it into that. Well, this Timmy over here, he come in now. You got to socialize. You're Sam's boy. So they turn it into mob etiquette. So lo and behold, I'm in the back at the bar, and they're getting sloshed. They're getting sloshed with the strippers, right? They're getting sloshed, and this guy Tim, he tells the girl that he's gonna stand up against the wall, and she's gonna do a handstand. Now you can put two and two together. She's gonna do a handstand, and to have her feet come up to the wall where where his face is gonna be. You know where his face is gonna be. So, uh, and I'm going, no, from the back. I'm looking. I'm going, oh, Tim, and he's slouched. So she was trying to do the handstand, but uh, she was like missing to like straddle. So she's got high heels on that like are the freaking uh, 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 she's got these spike high heels on. She does the handstand, and her heel come across his forehead and sliced it open like a scalpel from a surgeon, and a flap of his head, a flap of his forehead came off. 911 trauma, bam, 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 get him in the car, and like that. What did she have? Metal on the bottom of those spiked heels? It sliced, and you could see the blood, and then a flap like a surgeon. The old man wasn't too happy about that. Yeah, he had the thing, freaking 72 stitches, whatever, all that. Yeah. I said, you see why I don't want to go in these joints? You see why I don't want to go in these joints? Yeah, whatever. The old man wasn't too happy. Well, then he's got to tell his wife what happened. He's got to tell his wife what happened, which he's going to come up with 74 lies before noon. And I told them, I will never lie to any wife. You can smash me, Brick. I'm not lying to any wife. And if you don't like it, you go to Sam or you go to my godfather, because he'll chop you into pieces. Don't put me in the middle if somebody comes asking me what happened. I'm not anybody's alibi, and what happened, but I didn't, he said, oh, they tried to kill me. They tried to kill me. They sliced me. He told us, well, they tried to, yeah, where they tried to whack you in a strip joint. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. They were crazy. They used to have the secret compartments where you could go private and that. Then the bouncers have to come because there's rules you can't touch or something. Yeah, all that stuff. They blew all their money gambling. They blew all their money on women. They blew all their money. They didn't invest in a future. 40% invested in a future. All of them just blew all their money. All of them blew all their money on whatever. They all blew all their money. There were sharp guys that did investment, bought property, real estate, came up with DBAs, enterprises, business enterprises, and they could shelter the money. They had good accountants. They had good lawyers. They had Jewish accountants. They had lawyers, and they could set up lump sums of money and just melt it in to regular businesses. They could just melt it into regular businesses. The rest of them just blew all their money. And a lot of them ended up dead or just in jail or got out of jail broke. And there's no future in it. There's no retirement plan. You don't have a pension plan when you join the mob. So that's the story there. I'll tell one about when two of them had, there was another time, I'll tell it down the road, where two of them, two wise guys that I'm driving around all over planet Earth, and then they grabbed these two girls out of the strip joint, and then they ended up in a hotel room. Shots fired. Psychos. And I'm running around trying to make a $50 bill at the end of the night, trying to make a $100 bill at the end of the night on standby. But then again, I told you I would roll them too. I would roll them. I would rob them when they got pass out drunk. I would rob them. And they knew it, more or less. They knew a few times. When they were passed out drunk and they want to give me $40 at the end of the night, and they're flashing bankrolls with $10,000 bankrolls in each pocket, and then I'm running around like a little sucker all night long, and they hand me a $40 bill at the end of the night, and then they pass out drunk. They're passed out drunk in the seat of my car. They're lucky they got their socks and sneakers and underwear when I dump them off. I dump them off at a stripper's house, and they think she rolled them. And I got in trouble for that. And I had to come clean and tell Sam, because they wanted to kill a stripper because they thought the stripper robbed them. It was me. He wanted to hand me a $40 bill after putting up with his insanity for 7 hours to the wee hours of the morning. He wants to hand me $40. Don't pass out. You'll get rolled. Don't pass out in my car. You panhandle me. No. Debbie's. I remember that time. Oh, Lord. Don't half step like that. I was submissive and everything, but I took a couple chances here and there, but not too smart. But I was just trying to accumulate all the hustle money I could. I was just trying to just keep saving it and saving it and saving it, just accumulate it. I could eat for free at the club every day. I didn't have to spend for food. Sam used to let me take anything I wanted out of the club. Nice meat and anything I wanted, So it was all gravy, but if they left their guard down, I would try to sneak in and grab some, But I had to tell Sam, I had to tell the old man, I had to tell him the truth. He said, he's over there he said, what happened? He's missing all his money. I said, I don't know. I left him at some stripper's house. He said, look at me, Jojo. He said, say that again. I don't know. I left it. He said, how much did you get? He said, how much did you get? Yeah. He said, don't worry about it. How much did you get? He said, if he wants to run around like a madman with a wife and kids at home and he wants to, then he deserves to get beat. You're the only guy that'll get a free pass on that. You're the only guy on planet Earth that'll get a free pass on that. I did it. I did it to that guy twice, and I did it to another guy 2 or 3 times. After that. They call it when you roll somebody, you roll them. You know, like you mug them, but you know, they're drunk. They're drunk. They're drunk. I told you I had guardian angels. So, whew. What else we got? I think we covered everything. I got rolling stories. I'll tell one more story, all right, about rolling somebody. There was a guy, a crew. He used to bet the same numbers in every race for the trifecta. The trifecta in a horse race means you have to pick the first, second, and third horse in that order for the trifecta. 3 try. So you have to pick the top 3 finishers. He used to bet 1-4-2 every race for the trifecta. Every race for the trifecta. So I used to get the results on the radio. I used to get the horse race results on the radio, and I got this guy with me. He's in the bar getting sloshed up. He's getting sloshed up, and I hear we got the first in the 1-4-2. Boom, page 3. We got his number came out like 7 times out of 10 races. He's in the bar. I'm in the parking lot listening to the race results on AM radio. He's got like 2,000 worth of tickets, and he used to keep them in a little OTB plastic folder thing, and he used to put them in his folder. I'm thinking, wow, he's got those tickets. He's got those tickets on him. I'm gonna roll them. So I stay with him all night from the bar. I stay with him to the strip place. He gets a girl. I stay with him. I wait for him there to the wee hours, and he comes stumbling, and he had a bottle of whatever it was, and he finishes that off. And he's out. And he had a little plastic container. Now they knew at the OTB who bet the numbers, the tellers know. So I had grabbed them. I cashed them at another off-track betting. I cashed those tickets in at another place, and he tried to play it off because he tried to have pride. He tried to play it off, and he was like, "Did I leave anything in the car that night?" No, I don't know. You left an empty bottle of liquor in my car. Nah, what do you mean? What he don't want to say? Well, I had my tickets, and that trifecta came, and there's a lot of money worth of those tickets. He didn't want to look like a schmuck. He didn't want to look like little old me got him. Little old me, your chauffeur got you. You little old me. I rolled him. I rolled him. Sam, the old man, the boss. I didn't come back to the club for like 3 days because I knew there'd be a lot of murmuring. Or something like that. I was trying to avoid it a little bit, but I had to go up there because Sam ordered me to go up there. And I come through the back door through the kitchen. Here's Sam, and he looks at me and he goes, "Wow, Jojo, you're good. You are good." I'm going, "What? What do you mean?" What do you, Jojo? How'd you do it, Jojo? How'd you do it? It was like taking candy from a baby, Sam. It's like taking candy from a baby. Well, he deserves to get beat. He deserves to get beat. All right. He deserves to get beat. Now, the rest of the crew is telling him, boy, you got all the money. Your numbers came out. Oh my gosh. They know who your numbers are. My numbers were 613. My numbers were 613. His numbers were 142. Man, that 142 came out every race the other night. You got it all. You got it all. He was like, yeah, he didn't want to say, I don't know what happened to the damn tickets. I think that freaking JoJo got them. he don't want to look like a smuck. He don't want to look like a smuck. Maybe in the back of his mind, he might have been thinking, yeah, that little dirty one, but he didn't want to, because if he told anybody, they would have said, what are you, some kind of fool? You're supposed to be in some mob crew and you're letting this little punk roll you, this little nobody JoJo. He had to stay quiet. He had to stay quiet. He gave me some dirty looks, whatever, but there was always dirty looks. There was always dirty looks. He gave me a couple of dirty looks or whatever, but, I rolled them. I might be the only guy in mob lore history that robbed these guys. They were only going to lose the money gambling anyways. At the end of the day, whatever they had in their pocket, they were going to blow it on football. They were going to blow it on basketball. They were going to blow the money gambling anyways. It might as well be in my pocket because they're only going to blow it. So it's safer in my pocket. Then I had to go out. I never bought anybody a drink ever because I wasn't a drinker anyhow. And we went to a regular place. Johnny D, sounds like you gambling. We went to a real nice place called Crawdaddy's, and it was a high end type of place. And I said, you know what? I gotta buy you guys around for one time. They're going, well, you're gonna drink? I said, no, I'm gonna drink a Coke, but I'm gonna buy, 7 guy, And I was always on the hustle. And then one of the other guys in the crew said, he whispered, he said, JoJo, you got some of that 142 money. Now you're buying people drinks. I said, what are you talking about? You got some of that 142 money. Now you're buying the guy a drink. You never bought him a drink in your life. No, you're supposed to take care of me. I'm the freaking runner here. You're supposed to take care of me. I'm the one with my hand out. Fast times at Mafia High, folks. Mafia graffiti. Mafia graffiti. It was a lot of fun times. Put the 142 in every race, Johnny D. You're the one that caused all this trouble in the first place. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I want 10%. I want 10%. I'm going to have a shakedown now. There's a shakedown. No, I couldn't shake anybody down. I couldn't shake the mailman down if I tried. He'd laugh at me. I might get knocked out. If I try to shake somebody down, I might get knocked out. How do you like that one? All right. Thanks for keeping me company in here. That's all. Oh, there was Juju. Johnny D caused this. Johnny D come in. My uncle spent most of the time at OTB on the Upper East Side. Yeah. Sir Drums. You see the same customers every day. You see the same customers. The place went crazy when I got in here. Holy macaroni and cheese. I really don't feel that tired, though. I think I'm just having fun. I think I'm just a lonely old man. I want to be in the middle of the action. Like they said in the movie, you don't want to leave, like, things would happen. A lot of funny, interesting things would happen, but sometimes it would be like after I left, and it'd be like, oh, geez, what happened? Oh, yeah, someone's cousin, they acted crazy. And, after hours, um, the club would be open just for like, not for, sometimes civilians could come in, but it was related. And they used to let the ladies come in to the club at late hours. The women would come into the club late hours and get sloshed out. And sometimes I would have to wait and to give rides, but I would get paid. But it'd be just like, oh dear Lord. I would sit in the kitchen. For a long time, have the TV on or something, or squeezing a game, rooting for a game on a West Coast game or something, whatever, to kill the time. And they got crazy in there. They used to get crazy in the bar. Some were divorced from some of the guys. Some of them were just that. It was Sam's place. It was called Sam's Club. Sam's. And they used to get a little frisky. They would get a little crazy. But I didn't entertain any of it. Even if it was somebody's ex or ex-girlfriend, I didn't want to entertain any female that was a cousin of a cousin of a cousin of a cousin of a gangster. I didn't entertain. That's why Sam respected me. He's seen me, how I carried myself at a lot of these events. And I got approached by a lot of women. I'm just saying, I got approached by a lot of women. And I just chilled. There's enough women in regular society, you know. And I used to go back and sit near the boss, and he'd say, "Joe, you're smart, kid." Joe, he really applauded that. He applauded that. I said, "Who was that lady at the buffet? Who was that?" He goes, "It's no good, Jojo. It's no good. You just do what you do." Yeah. They pass those women around like joints. Mm-mm. Yeah. So he really honored that, because he knew how most of his crew were all homemasters. They were all homemasters. I didn't want to participate that. I was in another place, not this, all the way in Rochester. I got approached by a girl. She looked like Sophia Loren. And Debbie, Joey Taramino, God rest his soul. I was like, I was hypnotized or something. I never really bought into any of that kind of stuff. And he said, "Come here, Jojo, come here." He said, "That's Valente's daughter. That's no good. That ain't no good." And then the bartender, Sal. How come all these bartenders are named Sal? Well, this was Sal the bartender. And Debbie, even Sal at the VFW. And he said, "You're a smart kid." I says, "Well, Joey T told me." And he goes, "I never saw you go after anybody in here, Jojo." I said, "She just looked like Sophia Loren. I just wanted to talk to her." He said, "No, you see that guy over there with them other guys? You don't want to do that." I said, "Okay." Okay, I'll be a good boy. Even if it's all proper, and Valente says, "You're an upstanding kid. I give you permission to date my daughter." I don't want to date her. No, I don't want to date her. No, not even with his best gracious. And they were classy guys over there. They were all classy and well spoken. And I don't want to entertain it. You never had the hookups for dates and just be able to walk into local restaurants, no reservations or nothing. No, I mean, These guys running around. Sooner or later, someone's going to approach you, tap you on your shoulder and say, yeah, you're the guy that was screwing around with my cousin. You're the guy that was screwing around with my wife. You're the guy that was screwing around with my ex-wife. You're the guy that was screwing around with my daughter. You're going to get a tap on your shoulder, and they're going to say, come with me. I ain't going to entertain that bull crap. I ain't going to entertain that bull crap. I know something. There's guys that screwed up like that. They got drunk. They went with some of these guys' ex-wives, and they talked smack or did something to the ex-wife. Just to try to have a little fun in bed. We've been doing this show for 4 hours and 20 minutes. This might be a YouTube record. YouTube should give me a plaque. People got shelled for that. Yeah, Johnny D. The mob is about respect. Respect. That's it. You guys heard it before. It's respect. You gotta raise yourself up on the totem pole, and they'll try you. They'll bluff you. They will bluff you to just see how much respect you have. They will bluff you and put you in spots just to test you and pass a test because they want a reason to smash you around. No, it's about respect and common decency and honor. That's what it's about. Respect and honor and loyalty, Juju. That's what it's about. He tested me. I told the old man at the second freaking party, I went back. I said, nice try, Sam. He said, what, Jojo? What? I said, nice try. I told him, nice try. What do you mean? She might have been a nice girl. No, nice try, Sam. Nice try. He said, Jojo, you're sharper than I thought you were. I got something I want you to do for me. I said, how much? They try you. They play these psychographic games. They play these I told you, they're like forensic psychologists. They've seen every hustle, every homemaster. They've seen all that stuff 1,000 times. You're the new kid on the block coming up, and they're gonna run this. They're gonna try to run some of this tomfoolery on you. I said, nice try, Sam. He said, you're a good boy, Jojo. You're a good boy. I said, I don't need all that. I'm not desperate. I'm not desperate for all that. They don't care. You're not supposed to date a divorced. If you were around the guy and you knew she's not available for other guys. She might be available for just a civilian in society, but they're not available. They're not. It's not open season on Ricky's wife because he's missing or he's doing life in prison. She's not available. Maybe for a regular civilian in society. Oh, they used to try games, leave money here to see if I wouldn't bring it to him. I'd just go back and say, nice try. Oh, how long is this going to go on? Nice try. I was a little street smart and everything, but you don't know everything because you just don't know everything. But I was going to run some very important errands, and you have to be loyal and trustworthy and respectful and honorable to do some of the errands that I want to run down the road in the future. But I was wondering what happened to the guy before me, Sam? Who did my job before me and what happened to him? What's the shelf life for a guy that does what I do? Well, by the way, where's the guy that did this cannonball run before me? What happened to him? Yeah. Even today, I'm young, and you'll talk to a girl, and all of a sudden, some guy named nine mil. Everyone will follow you on social media. Yeah, now social media has changed the game and everything. Everything's out. There's nice, proper women out there. I'm in my 60s, and there's proper women out there. I still believe that there's could be, but if there's one out there, if she's watching, uh, and you got if you're like a Carrington, if you got like uh well, if you're rich, if you got some assets, if you got some assets, then we could be comfortable. We could go to Vegas, we could go to Atlantic City. I'll treat you like a queen. We could laugh, we could have fun, and we could go to Hawaii, and I'll treat you like a queen. But you gotta be like, that'll never happen. Hey, EB23, come on, EB. Good evening. I'll take an extra shot of whiskey for you. Happy 2024. Any goals for the year? Well, Happy New Year, EB23. Yeah, my New Year's resolution was, hold on a second. My New Year's resolution was, I'm going to quit smoking. I've been doing real good lately. Yeah, my New Year's resolution is I'm going to quit smoking. It ain't working out too good. All right. Good to have you in here. I'm working on 4.5 hours here. Excuse me. So, yeah. Mafia graffiti. Mafia graffiti, folks. I love the way that sounds. That's going to be the next book I write. My last book sold 3 copies, but we'll get better. We'll get better. There's a link in the description to it, by the way. You say everyone quits the resolution the second when you got them beat. Well, I haven't quit yet. So, I didn't quit and start again. Similar to me, I want to cut back on drinking. Well, I know that we're supposed to maintain healthy habits and things like that. And I was spared from death many times being on life support. So I should really try to embrace being healthy and longevity. But do the things you enjoy doing. You can't beat yourself up about this or that. If that's what I do, well, you know what? When I go, I go. Well, no one's going to live forever. Yes, we want to maintain healthy lifestyles and this and that. These aren't strong. These are lights, these are lights. So, like they're one of, yeah, the meaning of, happiness in its most abstract forms. Well, I was caught up in school. We'll make this into another story, okay? So get another shot, get another water, get another whiskey. I was in psychology, my professor, I used to have to school the professor because she couldn't out-profess me. My professor, she couldn't out-profess my mind. So she used to bring me to these at a university to these circle jerks with these Sigmund Freuds that would sit in a circle and they would talk about theories and Pavlovian theories like Pavlov and B.F. Skinner and POJ and classical conditioning and operant conditioning and Sigmund Freud and the mother and all that. And so she would say, yeah, just come and sit in this circle jerk. And all these guys that got the beards, they look like they want to emulate Sigmund Freud and they think they're the best thing since sliced bread and all that. And they're going around and around. And I'm sitting there with my professor. And then the guy says, well, how come your student doesn't participate or anything like that? I said, I'm just watching, Billy. I'm just watching this knitting circle of all your theories and everything, and you got your plaques on the wall, and you're all these great thinkers and everything else. And he goes, "Oh yeah, smart guy. Well, why don't you try to participate one time, and you might learn something." I says, "Oh, touche, Sigmund Freud. Touche. Why don't you get plastic surgery so you can look like Sigmund Freud and freaking BF Skinner?" So that calms down, and he says, "Well, classic question in psych, classic question." He says, "What is the meaning of life?" Oh God, um uh how classic, the great thinkers are trying to unmask what is the meaning of life. Like, what is the answer? And they sit around and they try to impress themselves into thinking that they got these answers or theories. So I says, um, my meaning of life. What is the meaning of life? And he goes, "Well, life and happiness." I says, "Well, your meaning of life and happiness might be different than Billy's and Sally's and Peter's and Johnny's. So flush that down the toilet, because you can't impose your meaning of life on other people that are their own objective thinkers." So I said, "So stick it in your blah, 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 blah." So he's going, "Well, you're trying to dodge the question." He says, "Well, what's the meaning of happiness?" I said, "Well, in an ideal world, my meaning of happiness would be being able to do the things I like to do when I want to do them." So wouldn't everybody be happy? Wouldn't everybody be happy if you were able to do the things you would like to do when you wanted to do them? Yeah. Now they're ribbing on him. Oh, I said, "I didn't get anybody. That's my theory. That's my meaning of happiness. It might not be the rest of you's guy. I didn't win this. I didn't win this debate. I didn't win it. I'm not stupid enough to believe that I won it. We all perceive and we all have different perceptions of life. But in me, I would just like, if I want to go watch a concert in California, I could get on a plane and go watch a concert in California. That would make me happy. That would make me happy. If I wanted to go to Miami Beach and get on a plane, that would make me happy, you know, and that would make me happy. What is the meaning of life? There's a thousand definitions and interpretations. If you want to talk about gurus, if you want to talk about spiritual beliefs, it's about love and compassion. If you want to talk about spiritual meaning is about love and compassion. I should be getting paid for this stuff, folks. I really should be getting paid. Sir Drums, Johnny D, Sir Drums, EB23. So I had a lot of fun, I had a lot of fun. That's all. They ain't gonna get a cat, Johnny D. You know how a pitcher winds up? You know how a pitcher winds up and he looks and they try to get the curveball over the corner of the plate? They ain't getting any curveballs over the corner of the plate. No, they try to come with a curveball over. I'm going long yard. I'm going yard. Oh wow. But it's interesting though to expand your mind and we're conformed into all this structured belief since we're indoctrinated through school, and whatever your teacher says is gospel truth. Whatever your professor says is gospel truth. We're taught just to believe in them and not have our own individual thinking. It's indoctrination. So you have to be independent thinkers. You got to be independent thinkers. And I used to raise my hand and say, Well, what about this? Oh, not you again, Joe. No, well, I paid my tuition. I paid my tuition. You got to answer me, professor. I paid my tuition. I'm broke. Well, what about this? You know, challenge instruction, expand your mind, investigation. You know, it's good to stimulate and stuff like that. You know, I just don't like sheeple that are hypnotized to walk to the slaughter. I don't like that. They they want to use certain political structure, educational structure, and media and programming to hypnotize you and indoctrinize you, so you will be a follower and you'll never be a leader, and you will walk right off the plank into the ocean like sheeple. Fastball over the plate, Johnny D. Trying to find the meaning of life, you'll be on your deathbed regretting not living your life. There you go. EB23, aka Socrates. Take your time, young man. Don't you rush to get old. Live your life. And don't have regrets. Don't have regrets. Mm-mm. I know I could have ended up in a better financial situation. I don't care. I got saved by the angels. I got saved by the angels a million times. Give me breath. Give me life over the money. Give me life over the money. I'm going to rise up. I'll get more. I'll get financially sound. I don't give up. I don't give up. I'm on a 4.5 hour live stream. I don't give up. I like to rock and roll, folks. I like to rock and roll. You're hearing it in the incubacy. Infancy. You're hearing it first in the infancy. Yeah, man. Almost. You don't always die. You almost died last year. Thank God you're still here. Thank God. 4.5 hours, folks. 4.5 hours. Yeah. You know, there's the conventional psychology of theorists, but then there's the spiritual psychology, the spiritual beliefs and theories of many different things. But it's very simple. You don't have to be a guru. You don't have to be Sigmund Freud. You don't have to be Pavlov, Piaget, and all that. They gave good insight on human behavior and our classical thing. You know, they give good insights on it, but a lot of it, by the time you're 15 or 20 or 25, you should already have a good sense of, just common sense, common logic, just common sense, common logic. You know, it always feels good to laugh. You know, it always feels good to love. You know, it always feels good to help your fellow man. You know, that's a much better feeling inside of you when you display love and affection. So that's easy to figure out. When you harbor hate and resentment, you know that's an ill, maladaptive feeling in your body. You know that ain't right. You know that's not right. That's not your true innate being. So it's not that you have to be an expert in studied fields of knowledge and all of that. You just know by your own feelings. So I should be getting paid for this shit. I'm sorry. Your company is paying me. Your fellowship is paying me. And when I came back and I started, I got out of the hospital and everything, and I was talking about all this gross mafia stuff. I had these crazy dreams which was saying, Jojo, you're back, you got back, brung back to life. You better try to spread some love and compassion and some principles on your channel sometime. We didn't bring you back to just tell freaking violent mob stories. You better show some goodwill and love compassion. And I think you could communicate it effectively. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Put your boots on, folks. It's getting deep in here. Whew. No, I haven't seen The Gladiator 2. No. I don't watch all of that stuff, EB23. I don't even think there's good movies they put out anymore. I don't think there's any good writers or any of that, whatever. Disney and all of that. We're not even going to start in on Disney and all of that. Oh, that freaking. They don't have any writers. If they hired me to write movies, I'd write 3 blockbusters every year. They hired me, little old me. I write 3 blockbusters from midnight to noon the next day. I write 3 blockbusters. They got no talent. I got a huge schema of knowledge. I got a huge bank of knowledge in my mind, my crazy mind. You got to be half crazy to be creative. You got to think off the beaten path. Yeah, EB23. You've been on 4+ hours turning into Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, he's got very wealthy. I might be doing I'm not turning. Joe Rogan breaks it down. Joe Rogan. We're going to come with, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come with this Mafia graffiti until it's coming out of your ears. You stay tuned because you know how I'm going to bring it. You know I'm going to bring it, and we could answer questions, ask questions. We're going to rock and roll on the Truth Serum. That's all. This is the infancy of this channel. This is it. You're getting in. Well, they had me turned off for a long time, because I was going a little crazy. But I'm going to be a good boy, and I'm not going to play MobTube soap opera. I don't care about any of these MobTube gangsters. I don't care about politics. On YouTube, I don't care about politics. I'm not doing it anymore. We're going to blast out. I'll do an 8-hour marathon if I get $50 in super chats. No. So we're going to just bring it. Uncensored, unedited. Just bring it grassroots because nobody can shine my shoes. That's all. We got to be confident. This is the infancy. Now I got an opportunity to get my subscriber count up. I'm not going to waste it this time. I'm not going to waste it this time. No, I'm coming. I'm coming. That's all. And I hope I can do all right. That's all. I hope I can do all right. And I got a lot of material. That a mass population would be interested in. I got a lot of material. My sister did the painting right there. See that painting right there? My sister did it. And that's a racetrack. Yeah. My sister, she just gave me a carton of smokes. Chain smoke these bad boys like there's no tomorrow. My New Year's resolution was to quit smoking. I got 18 packs of smokes. Well, I'll quit after I smoke them all, Debbie. Oh, it's diamond art. Yeah. And it's 2 cartons of cigarettes. Yeah. Gonna get some people to watch the show. Pass the word out. Spread the good word, ladies. The town crier. Hear ye, hear ye. Well, hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Check out the Truth Serum. If you want to laugh, if you want to cry, if you want to hear a good story, tune on in. I'll charge you the same. I'll charge you the same. Okay. Tell your son I said hello and don't take any wooden nickels. All righty. I guess I'm going to do this till I just pass out. 4 cups of coffee. I don't even know who won the football game. I think Cincinnati was winning. It's right here. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Yeah, well, they turned my subscriber thing on. I was stuck on 1,012. I was stuck on 1,200, but they gave me a timeout because I was talking about stuff, and you know how it goes on this. You guys are smart enough to know what happens to people. Blah blah blah. They threw Donald Trump off. Like they care about little me. They kicked Donald Trump off. Who am I? Who am I? So I'm going to be a good boy now. And I'm not even going to play mob soap opera wars. I could care less what Mike Francis is doing or that's played out. That's all played out. All that gibberish is played out. They could have the best production teams. They could have the best writers and editors. They can have all that. It's old. It's archaic and all that. I'm fresh every day. I'm fresh and I'm original, and everything you see is right in real time. It's not scripted like them. They need a team. They need a team. Now, I might need a little team if I want to put a little more bells and whistles in here, but throw a little introduction or something, or when I refer to something that I could put a little graphic thing on here, and I think I could produce a better product if I was going along and I could just hit something and you could see a little graphic that matches the story. That would enhance the stories a little better. I got all this stuff in my mind, but I just don't have the tools or resources to do that. But I'm gonna hang in there. I'm just gonna keep throwing down. I'm just gonna keep doing it. Yeah. I think Cincinnati won 19-17. So yeah. Phew. I think this is my all-time record. I remember I did a marathon for my 1,000 subscribers the night I got 1,000 subscribers. I think I did a marathon that night, but it wasn't 5 hours, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. So, Debbie, what are you doing up this late? I must be really entertaining. You go to bed at 11. Oh, you're crafting. If I get a couple super chats, I'll pay you for the cigarettes. Thank you, Juju, and thank you, Bonzo. Thank you. Thank you. Boy, you guys are good. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know. You guys are good. Yeah. Just add it to my bill, Debbie. Just add it. I think it's $3,472. Just add it. Just add it to my tab, Deb. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. That's bad. It's I thought it took me a long time to get ready. Got up because I couldn't sleep. Now waiting on my son. Yeah, I'm still on, Vivian. You went to bed, woke up. I'm still on. Oh, you're like, damn, that JoJo's that JoJo. Don't worry, Deb. I'll get this channel over 100,000 subscribers in no time, and we'll be eating filet mignon, and we'll be rocking and rolling. Don't worry. I don't give up, and I'm gonna behave. I'm gonna behave this time. And I got 9,000 stories coming down the pike. It's Mafia graffiti, folks. We're just getting started. Just getting started. I love the action. I love the action. and I love the interaction. Vivian, I'm going to be shutting down, so good night and thank you. And tell your son, stay cool. All right, because I gotta shut this thing down. My back is starting to hurt. You get to be old, sometimes your back starts to hurt. I got some injuries. So I appreciate everybody that come in here. Johnny D. Johnny D started this 2 hours ago, but that's all right. It's all good. It's all good. So let me go through here because I like to thank everybody. Because Vivian, Deb, Ivan, Lore, Johnny D. I know a Johnny T. I know a Johnny B. I know a Johnny. Stop it, Joe. EB23. Vivian, thank you. Juju, thank you for your support. I really appreciate that, Juju. Thank you. I appreciate that financial support. Thank you. More than I could ever communicate to you. I appreciate it. I appreciate all you good people. Sir Drums, man. I like talking music, man. We're gonna do another music show. We'll do 9 hours. That live stream will do 9 hours, Sir Drums. Yeah. We'll keep we'll keep rocking out. And thank you for that support, Sir Drums. You said 6 hours. You were close, man. I think Sir Drums boggled out. You didn't think I was gonna. I called your bluff, Sir Drums. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Johnny D kept me going for a long time here. Sir Drums, Debbie kept me going. Vivian kept me going. Irish Jim kept me going. Benny Blanco from the Bronx kept me going. I appreciate it. Benny kept me going. Benny. Whoa, this is a long comment. Biggie Small. I'm going to hit everybody. Cool Keith kept me going. Arrivederci, Cool Keith. With the fine Philly. Arian Bross, man, been riding in this car a long time. I appreciate you good folks. I wish prosperity for the year 2025. There's Benny. There's Cool Keith. I appreciate it. I wish prosperity for all you well-intended people. Keep an old man going. Keep an old man in the game. You don't like to be out of the game. You get older and stuff. The world looks different. All the friends are gone. It's not good to be alone all the time. You need social interaction. Benny Blanco from the Bronx. So you need that. You guys provide that for me. I really appreciate it. Benny, Cool Keith, Irish Jim. All right. That's it, folks. Thank you, folks. Once again, be the kings and queens of your world. Don't give up. Keep throwing. Do it. Let's get our thinking up for the year 2025. We can reach our goals. We can reach our dreams. We could look at the world a little different. Let's just try to be aware of things a little more. That's all. I have to do it myself. I got to stay in the right mind, stay on point, and really try to really get on my game. I got to get on my game. I got a lot of content coming. We're going to have a lot of fun. All right. So thank you. God bless you all. Whatever your spiritual leader, whatever you believe in, I wish blessings for you all. And thanks for the smokes, Deb. Thank you, Sir Drums. Thank you, Juju. I really appreciate it. All right, folks, we got some good juice. Just look at the notification thing because I'm starting to do it correct now. And you'll be notified. I'm going to do them in the evening. There's not going to be no early morning, all that stuff. I want to catch the maximum potential of viewers in the different time zones. So I'm going to be a little bit more cerebral on a strategy here now that my channel's back on, because we're gonna rise up. Okay. All right, folks. Thank you, and I appreciate your company, and we'll get back together. Thanks a lot, folks.